All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the channel. Today, duh. Um, welcome to the Just Chatting stream. We are going to start with something a little bit different. A couple of YouTube videos that have crossed the line. No, haven't crossed the line. Have crossed paths with in the last couple of days, and I really kind of
so please share some
okay.
comments.
Sorry.
And this
All right. So the first one here is uh, an alternate viewpoint on left versus right. And I pulled up because it's kind of interesting and my head's in his way, sorry to say. There he is. Hello. Right. Uh, I will put the link in the description later on if I clip the videos. But basically, he's going to run
is a
through.
topic that's always been kind of one of my pet peeves when people talk about our political spectrum and they go, there's the left and there's the right. And you have communists on the left and Nazis on the right, and this kind of polar opposite sides of the political spectrum. And every time I see that, I'm thinking, what are you talking about? This is not the right way to look at it. So I want
Okay, so he's basically going to take a different viewpoint. I mean, there he is if you really want to see. In fact, we might just leave it like that then. Um, the so David in History for the Ages, he's looks at the political spectrum on the left right that most people look at it as such. Or he looks at it as more of a well, certainly as a spectrum. Always puts it up as a rainbow type thing. He explains the origins of the left right split and why we call it the left and why we call it the right. Goes back to the French Revolution. But he says that well, it's almost more of a closed circle. He doesn't use that concept. He looks at it more in terms of bureaucratic not overreach, the degree of bureaucracy that the ideologies put forward, and the level of governance and I guess hierarchies that are associated, and that some of the ideologies that people look at as being very far apart are actually really, really close together, which then explains a bit more about, well, not so much why people have trouble understanding the links between them, but why there seems to be sometimes a difficulty separating the concepts. As we move through, there's a couple of places I'll pause and talk about what the actual texts of those ideologies tend to say, and how it's somewhat difficult to separate them, and um, the implications, I guess. So we'll run through.
I want to kind of go over this, showing the traditional way the political spectrum is often described as. And I'm really curious, is this how you learned it? Did you not learn it this way? And then I'm going to show you how I like to talk about it with my students. And it's a very different approach in terms of understanding history and past politics and current events. So here we go. So this is what the way it often looks, right? Kind of this kind of rainbow shaped thing where you have the left and you have the right. And by the way, why is left left and right right?
Now, I don't know that many people outside the US would put the Democratic Party and the Republicans there like that on either side of centrism. I think most European nations would push both Democratic Party and Republicans more over here in the conservative bracket. There'd also be a lot of people who'd argue back and forth that maybe conservative and Republican. I mean, he's obviously overlaid the political parties so people can get an understanding of where they fit in this spectrum. I think, yeah, particularly Europeans would see Democratic Party as a fairly conservative, at least when it comes to the degree of socialist parties, including card-carrying communist parties, that they have represented in their political systems. Whereas the the furthest left that the US political system seems to have is well, apart from independents, are probably the Greens candidates. But uh, the he says this is the traditional shape, and he's going to have issues with the positioning of these two concepts. Well, not so much communist. I mean, that's fairly well defined, but this one, he argues that that's not very well positioned, and there's reasons for that. So, I mean, as he says, in practical terms, there's very little difference in that.
This is kind of a really cool little tangent, but it's an important part of this story here, which is it goes back to the French Revolution. So when you had the French Revolution, you had what we call the Legislative Assembly. Everybody who sat in there was in favor of the French Revolution, but there were people who sat in that Legislative Assembly, and some sat on the left side and some sat on the right side. And the ones who sat on the left side were the more radical ones. They wanted to, kill Louis, behead him, and all that. The ones who sat on the right side, they weren't happy with the King of France, Louis XVI. They wanted him out of power, but they didn't necessarily want him dead, right? And there were some other differences as well. And so the people who sat on the left were more radical. The people who sat on the right were more conservative. And that's why we think of right being quote unquote conservative and left being more and more quote unquote liberal, right? So that's where those terms come from. If you're wondering why left is left and right is right. So when we generally see it, we have the center, and this is how it's usually depicted. You go a little bit left, Democrats, a little bit right, Republican, further left, liberal, further right, conservative. Of course, these terms also change meanings over the years, right? If you look at 19th century liberalism, nothing to do with what a liberal is today, I think. Maybe not nothing, but very little to do with what liberalism is today. And then you go further left, you get to socialist, and you go far left, and you get to communist. And on the other side, you go far right and eventually get to Nazis and fascists and all of that. The problem with this, and why I completely dislike this model, is because then you look at this and you go, okay, that means communism and fascism, Nazism on the opposite sides of the political spectrum. The problem is in reality, they're the same thing, right? Now, of course, there are technical differences between communism and Nazism and fascism. And I have a video that breaks.
Now, if they close the circle and then you describe the adjacent ideologies as being related, it would probably be more sense. Uh, I yeah, he's going to make arguments about this. Now, I think the big reason why it's like this is probably, well, the rise of fascism, the existence of the fascists with the civil war in Spain in the 1930s. On the one side, you had the socialists, um, and they're basically international socialism. You had, I'm not 100% sure if they're actual communists. I'm sure they were at some point. There were certainly the international brigades, which were uh, there fighting on very socialist grounds. And on the other side, you had Franco and the Germans and the Italians. So you actually had the Italian fascists, and then you had the Nazis. And as a precursor to World War II, I think it's a very interesting. I mean, it's horrible what they did to the population of Spain, and it's little wonder Franco kept the Spanish effectively out of the war. And it's one of those things that you have the Germans and the Italians sort of teaming up together with the rise of, well, the ideologies that they would carry through. And then they fought against a heavily socialist opposition. Uh, and I mean, the amount of propaganda that came out of it, the amount of atrocities that both sides carried out against the civilian population, all to further their ideas. And it's the sort of thing that both sides were very, very repressive. And had Franco lost and it became a socialist state, I think potentially, well, the excesses that um, came with Franco probably would have carried on as well under the socialists. Would there have been as much of a poor taste left in the mouth? I don't know. George Orwell certainly fought on behalf of, well, on the side of the international brigades, and some people say that it's the experience he took away from it that sort of pushed him away from being a believer of socialism himself, and ultimately led to the sort of, I guess, it was the seeds of things like Animal Farm and 1984, based on his personal experiences during the serving with the international brigades. Funnily enough, there was a book I was looking at reading a couple of years ago, talking about the. I forget exactly the title, but the context was that it was going to be not an expose, but highlight how wonderful the international brigades were and all the horrible things that happened to them and everything else. And in the blurb on the back of the cover, it talks about how important it was towards democracy and everything else. But it says that the whole reason the book is being able to written is because archives of international socialism were now open in Moscow. And it's like, in the comments associated with the book, the author was being torn apart as painting the book as being something about promoting democracy and democratic principles and all of that, when it was socialism through and through. And the author didn't see that in themselves. And it raises questions about that, the meme that you see about the left versus the right and how the left keeps moving left, therefore the centre becomes right over time, or is then perceived as being right over time, as in right line, not necessarily correct, maybe both. But it was it made me wonder what the author's position was, whether they were being disingenuous and trying to deceive in the output, or whether they truly believed that their socialist ideals or their marriage of socialism and democracy was democracy or represented democratic principles. Um, I never ended up reading the book because even just from the blurb, I realised the author and reality didn't talk very often in the book. So, uh, yeah, I went and read something else. But it was it was funny to see them torn apart, by people who obviously gone and read it, or at least were challenging the idea as to the ideology. So uh, it was also that it was interesting too, like the um, Spanish Civil War was interesting too because it gave the Germans a chance to test their modernization of their military hardware. Not so much test their military procedures. They certainly didn't blitzkrieg during, well, I don't recall them blitzkrieging during the Spanish Civil War, but it certainly allowed them to test some of the newer hardware that they'd been developing. And I do think that there were some observers, neutral observers, who recognised that the Germans had sort of jumped up technologically a lot faster than people had expected. Well, particularly after the hamstringing that was supposed to have happened as a result of the Treaty of Versailles. But the use of that as an attempt to do it. Now, the funny thing is, coming out of the Spanish Civil War, Germany under Hitler eventually, well, wouldn't say allied, they were tolerant of the Russians, particularly when it came to dividing up Poland. And both sides obviously distrusted each other significantly. They were both looking at each other like, diplomacy, the art of saying nice doggy until you can find a big enough stick. That, I think, is the simplest way to explain Germany and Russia up until Germany invaded Russian territory. It was, I mean, it's complicated. I don't think many people would say they were truly allied or anything like that, but they were two ideologies that people now say, well, they're the extreme opposites. Why did they align? Uh, I think in terms of reading a lot of the policies and things that Hitler wanted to independent implement in Germany to help basically raise his people out of the post-Versailles slump and post-Civil War problems, that a lot of the policies he put forward were extremely socialist. I mean, he was looking at building a social welfare state before the idea of a social welfare state. That there are policies and uh, procedures. There are certainly government policies that you see echoes of in social democracies today, that are often associated with the more liberal side of the spectrum or the more socialist side of things. But people look at him as being hard far right. Now, is that because when the Allies, i.e., the US and UK mainly, well, hardly, I mean, okay, you look at the US, UK, and Russia as the main allies. Well, Russia was communist. The US and UK at the time, I believe, well, FDR apparently was somewhere between liberal and socialist, according to some people. But it seemed, I mean, is Churchill right or left? I mean, certainly some things he did were conservative, some things he did were extremely liberal. Ask the Indians what they think of Churchill. But you've got three world powers that I don't think set aside their ideologies to fight things. They certainly looked the other way on a lot of things. The excesses of what Stalin was doing, I think, were understood. They just chose to look the other way whilst it was going on. I find it hard to believe that uh, nations with such diverse ideologies, like such opposite ends of the spectrum, could come together to take on a common opponent, which you look at in this regard. That you'd have, let's say, you're looking at a conservative UK government. People say that the Americans were maybe a conservative, well, maybe over here actually, and then the Russians down here, all lining up to take on the Italians and the Germans. Hmm, that seems odd. Now, I don't think many people have issue with how Nazism and fascism is closely aligned, given how strong the relationship between Italy and Germany seemed to be. But it seems in hindsight that probably the Allies were down this branch, we'll say. But it gave, there was a, not a battlefield reason, there was a reason why it was beneficial to set up your opponent as something being extremely opposite from what you believe, because it makes it easier to dehumanize them and to therefore go in and kill them because you don't believe they're human, because you believe that all of their ideology, all of their governments, all their governance and everything else is completely invalid and needs to be eradicated. Okay, that's what you can sell the people to get them to pull the trigger when they're facing them. It sort of becomes a bit of a lie when you look at how many of the government how much government infrastructure was left alone post World War II, and how many former Nazis were basically allowed to retake their civilian posts. Uh, German judiciary, for example, was largely untouched. The establishment of intelligence services post World War II, particularly in Allied nations, and certainly in Germany, relied very heavily on people who only a few years before were wearing very, very fetching uniforms. And I mean, probably not on the same level as forgiving Unit 731 for what they did, but there certainly was a lot in post-war Europe and Reconstruction that people should have raised questions about. Okay, obviously you want to live and let live, try and forgive your opponent, but there was certainly a lot of infrastructure, a lot of those pillars of government that magically were allowed to continue or be repopulated with people that, yeah, you really question. There was a strong willingness to work with it, but they were seen as ideologically incompatible, irredeemable, only a year or two before. And yeah, okay, quite obviously there were policies and procedures that, particularly when it came to international relations, that didn't work very well and were very much abhorrent. The the sad thing though is I think I mean sidetracked slightly here, but a lot of nations, including the so-called good guys, held views like that, and I think it was a convenient scapegoating that a lot of nations basically wash their hands of the degree of anti-Semitism and a similar approach to people they felt were undesirable within their own communities. And it's like the idea of concentration camps created by England during the Boer War. England gets a pass on that. Uh, it's it's odd how a lot of the things that got blamed on one side or another were actually evolutions or things that that side had created maybe decades before. Yet people were able to wash their hands and pretend otherwise and look the other way on what took place because it was politically expedient. Yeah, coming out of World War II, I don't think that political expediency existed, and certainly there were aspects of the what the Germans did that were exploited or amplified to benefit the occupying power in that area at the time. One example would be Catherine Wood, the effective eradication of the Polish military officer corps. For many, 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 many decades post-war, it was believed, well, by most, because they were told that it was because of the Germans. The Germans had done it, when the truth was it was Russian. The Russians had done it. Now, the fact was, well, there's a whopping great big hole in the ground full of a lot of dead Polish people. No changing that fact. It happened. But the occupying power after the end of World War II were the Russians. Now, they weren't going to admit to a war crime like that, so they blamed the Germans. And for many decades, it was accepted as truth. And I mean, I'm not. I did read why it eventually came to light, but it raises the question of how many other war crimes that took place or alleged war crimes that were prosecuted or alleged to have happened that were attributed to one side or another. That the truth is quite possibly in the other direction or somewhere in between. It's, yeah, very hard to work things out sometimes. There's no nice clear answer. And it's the same as things like unrestricted submarine warfare. They tried to prosecute that at Nuremberg, only for the Americans and British to step in and say, no, you're not going to do that, because the importance of unrestricted submarine warfare to their own warfare conduct was such that they couldn't even allow the suggestion that it was going to be a war crime to be doing that. And um, it's certainly the case in the Pacific with US submarine activity about the number of Japanese ships they sank. There's some really serious questions about how well defined some of those targets were, especially the ones that were carrying POWs and civilians, whether they were appropriately marked and whether they were uh, correctly targeted or correctly identified as a valid military target. And you could argue the same as well. I think it was the Deutschland. I think that was the name of it. It was a ship, an old cruise ship towards the end of World War II that was taking um, basically repatriating German citizens and those who wanted to from Danzig, I believe. No, it was somewhere towards like along the Baltic coast. Uh, but basically, it was um, quite clearly a cruise ship, a liner, but sailed out into the Baltic, out of the Baltic and got sunk, and is one of the worst maritime tragedies for numbers of deaths in um, in history, because basically it was all refugees, so almost all civilians trying to be repatriated back to within German borders. Yet that was not prosecuted as a war crime. It was a case of either target misidentification, it's a liner, or just accepted as part of warfare. But anyway, back to this point about the spectrum of political
Breaks
thought.
down what is fascism in 5 minutes. Definitely worth checking it out. And when I talk about the Bolshevik Revolution, I go through what is communism and Karl Marx and all that stuff. And so I break these ideas down for sure. However, what they share in common is so much more important. What they share in common is they are both authoritarian regimes controlling every aspect of your life. And that's why I don't like this model. And I prefer this. And this is how I think it's better explained. And I'm
Now, personally, I also like this adjustment. It takes away the concept of left versus right, putting um, that was basically a straightening out of that prior curve, and he's looking at this from level of control over people's lives by government. And so he goes all the way from anarchy, where there is none, or should be none, through to authoritarian slash totalitarian regimes. And again, he's put his US part now. He puts his US parties on this line. Now, people look at it and think, right, he's more right. Well, think of it as going more left in the case of the previous infrastructure, previous architecture. He still puts the Republican Democratic parties further down the line than conservative. Um, he's moved them well into centrist. He doesn't have liberal on here in any way, shape, or form. But the and he does say that you've got this mix of people who identify themselves as Republican or Democratic. That, for example, people who identify themselves as Democratic, who are for smaller government, which is traditionally seen as a viewpoint of Republicans. And then you have some Republicans who are for greater uh, greater legislation, greater government department, greater government reach, which would put them more down this line in terms of desiring more government impact and interference, I guess, in direction in how people live their lives. This conservative viewpoint, I mean, seems a bit odd. It, I mean, it's clearly not a. It's maybe it's not a linear line as such. It's not a linear spacing. It almost feels logarithmic in some places. Uh, the and you get some libertarians who'll argue, well, they're not one step removed from anarchists. They still want and desire government to be there, but how that government, I mean, can yeah, kind of see it. And I mean, as he says, there's no clear good model that explains ideology. It's like people who describe themselves as fiscally conservative but socially liberal. That's kind of how social democracies are seen to work, that the government is being responsible, tight purse strings most of the time. They've got to ensure they have adequate funds in budgeting to then distribute those funds into, well, keeping the nation state fiscally viable, but also to have sufficient funds then to address on the social welfare systems that they want to implement. And the idea of having um, liberal social viewpoints is that you want to support things like welfare systems, you want medical healthcare, government sponsored healthcare and education so that everybody has an equal access to uh, healthcare and education at the same level. That you're going to then ideally get equality of outcome by virtue of equal access, and that there are no gaps in society where people don't have the opportunity or don't fall behind for various reasons. So that would be regarded as um, a liberalised social position. Well, people say progressive, probably more regressive sometimes. So you've got already, even in the existing system, you've got people who hold viewpoints from multiple parts of the spectrum, depending on what it is you're talking to them about. So, with NATO membership for a bunch of countries, the more socially liberalised or the more liberalised the nations were, you often saw them spending less on their defence in terms of their budget, which was one thing Trump was complaining about with NATO in his first administration, was that many of the nations are not meeting the defence spending requirements that membership of NATO obliges them to. I think it's like 2.5% or something like that. But when you look at those nations, they basically consider that not required spending because, well, NATO umbrella and all the other bits and pieces. But they've deprioritized spending on maintaining a standing military at a certain standard of capability in favour of other places to spend their budget. And people often see a military as a conservative thing because, well, you're conserving the nation state, you're conserving a viewpoint of things. Obviously, they've been given direction on that. Even energy policy can be seen as conservative or liberalised in how it's approached. Uh, Certainly, things like mass renewables is being painted as a socially liberalised viewpoint because they're the nations that have them. But at the same time, it's just generating power. How does that attract a an aspect of the political spectrum? The electrons don't care what you believe about them. You're still going to get power. it's probably more tied to environmentalism. Now, environmentalism often should be put on this spectrum as well. We talked about the other day about how you have this spread from environmentalism, the more radical elements of it. So you're looking at people like Sea Shepherd, and then you've got your conservation. You want people who want to, well, conserve the environment. You've got obviously a focus on preserving the environment, but you're not as radical as, say, the environment, like full-blown environmentalism, and so you're not spiking feedlots and things like that. So you're looking at probably the classic Greenpeace. Now, over time, Greenpeace seems to have drifted further into environmentalism from conservation, and even the founder of Greenpeace left because he felt they were drifting away ideologically from what he set out the organisation to be. Then you have sustainability, which is about the effective and efficient interaction with the environment in a way that preserves viability of that interaction going forward into the future for future generations. So if you have trees logged to provide timber and paper and things like that, either you manage plantations because you've already clear cut areas, so you replant and you now manage plantations. You change your logging procedures to thinning as opposed to clear felling, and so the environment is not completely destroyed in those areas. You still replant and you more effectively manage the forests. In terms of agriculture, you're looking at reducing stock levels. You may be looking at alternate cropping in order to better conserve or to better retain integrity of the soils, of reducing agricultural runoff, protecting waterways and watersheds, because the more you protect it now, not only does it become more efficient and ultimately more commercially viable, but they also sustain the environment for future generational uses. And then you just have outright exploitation, which is strip mining without rehabilitation, clear felling of forests and not replanting, basically completely stripping out every bit of um, financial viability out of the environment and leaving it as is. The old Atlantic cod fisheries were exploited in that way. A lot of fisheries requires fisheries management because in the past, um, well, it may have been not meant to be exploited. It's just people didn't understand how fisheries were operating and the life cycle of fish stocks, and so stocks collapsed. Okay, so that should also fit in here somewhere as well. And it's entirely possible you have very conservative people that are very environmentally focused, yet when you think about your classic environmentalists, they're probably more anarchist or heavily socialist.
I'm not saying this is the only way to think about it, right? I know, there are different approaches, and some people say this might be kind of oversimplified model because it doesn't capture everything. But I think it's much better when you're trying to kind of gauge and evaluate the sheer level of control government has over your life. So on one side, you have anarchy, right? Anarchy, no rulers, no law, chaos, right? Then you have along the political spectrum groups that want a little bit more government. So you have your libertarians, then you have what you would call conservatives, then you have Republicans, they want a little bit more government than conservatives. Then the Democrats want a little bit more, socialists want a bunch more, and then you get to the end and you have your communists, Nazis, fascists grouped together because they're all about, basically taking control of people's lives in a very kind of authoritarian manner. Now, I know some people are probably already screaming, wait a second, I know there are conservatives who want big government in some things, and liberals want small government in some things. Of course, right? Yes, you could find examples when there are conservatives who say, I do want government more involved in, certain elements of people's lives. And maybe you'll find a Democrat who says, no, in these areas, I want less government. But if we're honest and we're being truthful, generally, people of the political, what we again quote unquote call left Democrats, they're the ones who want bigger government, things more regulations, more control of our day-to-day lives. Again, the argument is it's better for society, whatever their belief system is. And conservatives generally believe smaller government better. What was that famous line from Ronald Reagan, right? Traditional conservative, where he says, funny line, he said, the scariest words anyone's ever heard is I'm here from the government and I'm here to help you, right? Paraphrasing a bit there. But the idea of a big government is not something conservatives generally like. So this, I think, captures at least a little bit more reality than left and right because it groups it more from limited government to extreme government. Now, there is another way of looking at it, which is sometimes called this quadrant.
I was initially looking at, like when I got shown this, I'm like, oh, well, that's a much better way to explain things than straight left versus right. I don't agree that populism is seen as economic left and centrist. Certainly not if you believe the media or listen to the media about how bad populism is. The way they're painting it is they would paint. I mean, okay, he's put things in various places. If you listen to what the media says and the left side of, if we're going left versus right again, the left side of politics are talking about populism, they're going to put it here in an authoritarian right. They don't think it's libertarian. They want, no, no, no. They've definitely placed it as an authoritarian structure, only barely removed from fascism. I mean, as he just said, there's no real difference between the fascism and communism. That if you forget left versus right, that it is really a means to control the people through government. I also don't think necessarily that industrialism is an authoritarian thing. I would have placed it more back towards centrism, futurism. That's my understanding of it, is that it's probably more libertarian left, the way it's painted. I mean, because I guess a lot of the authors that write about futurism probably left leaning. I mean, there's some libertarian rights in there as well. Uh, there is there's a couple of diagrams out there that talk about the different type of futurist concepts, and actually places them um, on a spectrum from basically a an idyllic. Well, they're all painted. Some are painted idyllic, but you got dystopian, complete state control on one end, and some sort of idyllic Gaia on the other end. I mean, that obviously belies the personal beliefs of the person who created it, but it does sort of talk about those different futurist concepts of, okay, you can very basically bucket things. I mean, looking at, say, cyberpunk, you can fit that into one of these brackets to say, right, you're looking at at potentially near dystopian society that has extreme levels of technological infrastructure, and the technology, whilst it has improved people's lives, is now largely being used to suppress them. And you could look at maybe Blade Runner as, well, it's a very futuristic society, or Blade Runner and Fifth Element as being potentially dystopian in how you might choose to look at them. Certainly, there are elements in Fifth Element that are very hedonistic, but it's almost an elite that can access it, whereas the everyday person is living in a near totalitarian system or living in a near dystopian system. So it, yeah, I mean, I don't 100% agree with what he's put on in terms of italicized positions, but it is an attempt
method,
to
right?
introduce
Where you have authoritarian.
that second dimension to it. So you've got economics on one side, and then I guess you've got your left right. Um, uh, well, you've got your, I guess, government control along the other. So talking before about the idea of people being economically, so fiscally conservative. Okay, we'll go economically right using their old thing, but liberally social, so socially liberal. Well, there you go. You're now down here in this libertarian right bracket because you've got those fiscal management concepts and you've got the social welfare systems. But with what he said about the libertarians, generally you're looking at a fairly reasonable amount of government oversight and policies and everything else. I don't think many people would see themselves as libertarian in that bracket. So yeah, it's well, as he says there, social libertarian down here often have authoritarian tendencies, and yes, I've seen some of these people quite like that. So, but that's the problem because he's put this level of government control up and down here. They're authoritarian left. It's, I mean, scratch a liberal, find a socialist, or find a communist.
Libertarian, and then you have more left and conservative. But this also has a little bit of problems to it because, if you think of kind of social libertarian, right, what you would see on the bottom left, and you think, well, okay, they're libertarians. So by this idea, do they not want a lot of government? Well, they kind of do, right? Because they also want, social justice. So redistribution of wealth, and that doesn't happen without bigger government involvement. And so, even this model, I will say I like this still better than that rainbow model. And so there's no one perfect way to, I think, look at the political spectrum. But I definitely think when we used what we usually see and most often seen is just kind of this left right. And on the left, you have communism, and on the right, you have Nazism, leaves a lot to be desired. So I wanted to share a couple different ways to look at it. If you want to learn more about kind of what is fascism, you can watch my video on fascism. Again, I have a whole video on totalitarianism you could watch as well, a little bit longer. My fascism video is short, 5 minutes. Totalitarian is a long, detailed lecture my students watch, but I think it'll bring a lot of insight into a lot of this. So some things to think about. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Drop a comment, share the video. Thank you, everyone. I hope you found that interesting, and have a great day. Bye.
So yeah, I will put that link in when I do the
The
clipping.
memory of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I found that guy's approach rather interesting, and I think it's something that maybe people should consider, have a look at. Now, the second video I want to show before we go anywhere else is decoy voice. If you've not seen or heard any of his stuff before, he's Korean American, was originally living in California, don't know where he lives now, but probably started as a centrist, maybe leaning left. He um, had some life experiences that started pushing him more conservative, and then the more he started looking into the politics of things, it pushed him definitely down the conservative path. Now, if you consider the zeitgeist as to what people would describe him as, they'd say, oh, he's far, well, if they've considered Charlie Kirk extreme right, then he's also extreme right. Not even far right. But I find listening to what he has to say is often a conservative viewpoint mixed with a certain degree of liberalism. But he certainly does fall down on the conservative side of centrism. Now, again, depending on where your own politics stands, will depend on how far you see him being over the other side of centrism. Uh, but he has some fairly well reasoned takes on things. Now, the reason I've got his video up here at the moment is, well, not because I want people to, well, he is useful to listen to. He is a good, generally has a pretty good take on things. What I want to show from here is he talks about the recent media coverage of the protests around the world for various reasons. He brings up, about halfway through, he brings up a very good point about some protests going on that I'll admit I had not seen any coverage of in Australian media, either positive or negative. Now, a lot of the protests he's talking about, I see coverage of it in the Australian media, generally slanted in one particular direction, but it's still being covered. It's still being acknowledged that these things are going on. Just they want you to believe a certain way about it. What he talks about here is another series of protests that, by rights, should be being covered. I mean, it's important to know that there is this level of protest going on in some nations that just isn't being cognitively brought to the forefront of people's minds. And this peripherally ties into things I was talking about previously about it seems that protesters have a single space memory. They can't focus on more than one thing at a time. And so when the, the more recent flare up of Palestinian Israeli conflict took place, there was that switch away from protesting about what's going on in Ukraine. And you saw that disappearance of Ukrainian flags from protests and the sudden mass appearance of Palestinian flags. And that then also ties into, well, without the eyes of the media, without the eyes of the protest class focusing on them, it gives people more chance to get away with doing things that they probably shouldn't. So he covers. I'll run through and I'll pause it
Is
for a bit of
starting a
place.
revolution all across America, but I had no idea he'd have such an impact in the UK, all the way down to marches in Australia and back up to movements in South Korea.
Well. Okay, I just saw something. Okay, so Australian protests. You have a variety of flags being flown here, which is very interesting. It is clear that a this is the protest. Um, well, it's been painted as anti-immigration protests, much like associated with the Nazis, the NSN, etc. It's also very clear just by looking. People are sticking to the road, sticking to the protest path, etc. This flag. Do I see the cursor? Okay, right there. The Southern Cross flag. A very interesting protest, a very interesting flag. Started out as a protest flag. Then, the Eureka Stockade. Okay, Australian goldfields in Victoria in the 1800s. You used to have to pay for a gold license. It was irrespective of how much gold you actually dug up. So there were a lot of miners, in fact, the majority of miners didn't make money from mining. And they felt that the price of the um, gold license was extortionate. At the time, Victoria was a British colony. Australia was a series of semi-independent British colonies. They Each colony had its own administrative head and management and were basically administered and run independent from each other. So New South Wales, or even now, New South Wales and Victoria are probably the most at each other's throats or see each other as most independent of each other. But each of the Australian colonies were sort of distinct entities. The concept of Australia as a nation didn't emerge until 1901 with Federation, when the colonial period ended and federation began, and the Australian nation started to emerge from the prior independent, like the prior colonies. It also goes to explain some way how different some of the states are, even though they're all founded roughly within 50 years of each other, because of the way they were set up and established. I mean, South Australia was not a penal colony; they were a free settler state, and it's still a big part of their identity. Um, the way that those states evolved and grew and everything else, yeah, there's still echoes of that colonial setup in the modern Australian state, not nation state. I mean, there are echoes in the nation state as well. But anyway, so back to the Eureka Stockade, back to the flag here. So it got to a point that the miners rebelled, and the government sent in troops, i.e., British troops, to enforce the collection of gold license fees, and the miners refused to pay. And the troops went heavy-handed, at which point the miners rebelled almost as one and set up and turned the goldfields into a battle zone, into a war zone. They fortified the goldfields with the Eureka Stockade. And so it's on the Eureka goldfields, not far outside of Bendigo. It's like, seriously, there are some really, really interesting parts of Australian history, relatively easily accessible. And they weren't the only goldfields active at the time. There were some really horrific behaviours in New South Wales goldfields at the time, with the Chinese coolies, in essence. I mean, that's obviously a term that's gone by the wayside, but that's what they were there as initially. And you have the Lambing Flat massacre, which is kind of unique in that it's a massacre of an ethnic group by colonial settlers or colonials, but it wasn't of Aboriginal people. They slaughtered the Chinese on the goldfields at Lambing Flat, not just outside of Young. Now, funnily enough, the AM radio station that operated out of Young, I don't know if it's still there, probably fallen by the wayside like a lot of AM stations, was 2LF, to Lambing Flat. And so, for all the things that Young had and has going for it, like the being centre of a large cherry producing region and things like that, and there's other elements too, they reflect their position as highlighting, I guess, a bloody experience from history in Lambing Flat. But anyway, back to the Victorian goldfields. So big, mainly around Bendigo area. So they set up a stockade, basically fortified their position, miners on the inside, troops on the outside. And eventually the troops overcame the defences. There were a few deaths, mainly on the side of the miners, but comparatively few for armed troops assaulting a fortified position. And the leaders of the miners, so the elected leaders, and these were democratically elected, basically on the goldfields to represent their interests, um, by and large survived. Peter Lalor being one of them, and the miners had this flag that they'd set up to represent, to identify themselves, to represent their interests, the Southern Cross flag. And in fact, I think it's in the State Museum of Victoria. I don't think, or it could actually be at the State Library of Victoria. They have the original Eureka Stockade flag, or what's left of it, from Peter Lalor's effectively unionisation on the goldfields. He was arrested, court cases, etc. There was minor judicial punishment handed down for a bunch of them. But people like Peter Lalor were able to articulate their ways and explain why they'd done it, etc., and went on to become politicians in their own right. And the Southern Cross flag and the concepts that Peter Lalor were putting forward effectively led to the formation of the Australian Labor Party. Now, the Australian Labor Party was formed up Tenterfield in northern New South Wales, a farming region. I don't think it was forestry as such, but the association of the Southern Cross flag with the Union movement in particular, and more so with the Australian Labor Party, because of, again, that historic association. So when you see this march for, I guess, people, what's painted as anti-immigration, but these march for national interests, okay, these red flags are, well, I often see them as maritime flags. That there is a specific reason for them. Like, they are a legitimate flag slash standard um, for use in Australia, or has been used historically. I'd have to go back and double check what the association for that is. But this one is really interesting to see in the midst, in fact, multiple of them, in the midst of something that is painted as being far right. Because traditionally, and I think if the unions found out they'd been painted as far right, that they'd, well, right. Um, to see that appear in this, I mean, oh, it's been co-opted. Yeah, you see the Southern Cross as a symbol of national identity and nationalism and things like that. It's the open carriage and display of this flag in the midst of a, well, nominally right-wing protest that stands out. And it's one of those things they say, people say, you look at the protest, look at the flags, it'll give you an idea, well, one, what it's about, and two, the sort of people you're looking at. Protest for Australia, you're looking at predominantly Australian flags. All right, based on media reporting, you're looking at a conservative protest or a right-wing protest, maybe extreme right-wing. You 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 don't see Palestinian or Ukrainian flags or really much of anything else. In fact, you're hard pressed. I don't even think there's any New Zealand flags. There better not be. Um, no, they all look like Australian flags of some form or another. But the point Decoy Voice is having here is that you're seeing,
in Australia and back up to movements in South Korea.
okay, you're seeing this support for um, what Charlie Kirk stood for appearing, and solidarity with his recent assassination. The thing I hadn't heard of, and this is one of them, is protests in South Korea. These, I believe, are more in solidarity with Turning Point and Charlie Kirk more than protests along national lines. But again, you look at the flags, they're predominantly South Korean, the occasional American flag because they're representing solidarity for the death of an American. But based on the fact that they're all carrying very similar placards and wearing shirts and stuff, I think this was a protest in solidarity with Charlie Kirk's message.
Yeah, where ironically, this reminds me of those recent riots in France 4 days ago, where the far left burned a Korean restaurant in protest of French leadership, as these concurrent protests just highlight the key differences between the left and the right. As reportedly, this TikTok was about Charlie.
The best part of this whole thing is that he is not martyr material, so his death will mean nothing. It will activate no one. It will impact few. It's just great.
Completely oblivious to the...
Yeah, so, I mean, the underlying message of this particular video from Decoy Voice is that, well, the message of Charlie Kirk and what he stood for and everything else has now basically taken on a life of its own that won't be stopped or can't be stopped. Well, there you go. It says it in the description as well. But also looks at how it's been covered. and therefore there's certainly a lot of argument back. If you look at any social media, really, or even normal media, there is there was in the immediate aftermath an emergence of hateful rhetoric targeting not only Charlie Kirk but supporters and people on that side of the line. And um, almost straight away there was a pushback of people saying, well, he was murdered for his speech. Um, the least that can happen is that your employers or uh, places you go for education are made aware of your hateful speech. And there's certainly a lot of people suddenly facing consequences for things that they've said or done. And that's a bit of a change. And it is discussed not only by Decoy Voice, but it's also discussed by a lot of, again, mainly right wing commentators, but they're looking at saying that, look at COVID, the people who were reluctant to commit to the COVID vaccine or the lockdowns and the nature of the controls that were put in place, the speech directed against them. G'day, third string. No worries, mate. Thank you for the lurk. But the speech directed against them was such that, well, if you lost your job or if you lost your income or you lost access to things, tough luck. You deserve it. And that's one recent clear example. I mean, there were people who supported Trump in 2016 and again in 2020, in 2024, and everywhere in between, who were being targeted for their open support of him. More so in, I guess, nominally liberal areas, but there were certainly places and people where they were forced to remain silent. Otherwise, they risked their place at education institutions. They potentially risked their place in the workplace, and or anybody with, I guess, even remotely conservative views were often silenced. And again, this is one of those things that when Elon Musk bought Twitter/X, that it showed that there were active policies in place to suppress viewpoints that were outside that uh, liberalized bubble. And it misrepresented the popularity of those viewpoints. It misrepresented the extremity of viewpoints because anything that was being suppressed was painted as an extreme viewpoint. When we go back to that just previous video, which talked about where conservatism is considered to sit on the spectrum and redefining the spectrum, that anything that was even remotely like that was then painted as far right. And when we look at the other news articles that I do have lined up for today, you'll see how many of them paint even anything that has a remotely conservative slant to it as being far right or extreme. And so it makes it very hard, as Charlie Kirk found out and was trying to overcome, hard to engage in a discussion, hard to engage in an effort to better understand political position and maybe change it if needs be, when anything outside of those echo bubbles is considered extremism. And yeah, it's hard to rationalize it and hard to have a fair and level-headed discussion or approach to things when merely appearing to discuss it or even attempting to discuss it attracts hostile speech. Now, people, one reason I think a lot of people feel very upset about what happened, like a lot of, um, I saw something from Theo Von last night. I don't think he is considered conservative, but he was shaken up by what happened. He'd never met Charlie Kirk. He knew very little about it. But the way I took what he had to say was that the assassination of Charlie Kirk sent a chill through him, and it sort of made him realize how vulnerable he is if someone like Charlie Kirk could be killed in an instant, and that anybody who has this large social media presence or large media presence is at risk. And you look at some of the larger commentators online, some of whom are drifting more conservative over time. I mean, even you look at people like Asmongold. Obviously, he's very busy at the moment with his family concerns, but you can see how shaken up he was when he went to discuss what was going on. Now, he's more over time been showing more conservative content in his clip streams and things like that. And he freely admitted that he never voted for Trump, that he was probably Clinton aligned in 2016. He wasn't really paying attention to media or anything like to politics or anything like that. But I think it seems that his real world experience is starting to send him down this path. But certainly someone like Asmongold, who's seen as like the most popular streamer and stuff at the moment, probably starting to consider the vulnerability that he is in, that he's positioned in. And you've got other voices kind of associated with Asmongold, like Tectone. He was taking time off for other reasons. His immediate reactions that he put online, he was shaken to his core. And I think he saw that up until this point, it's just been a lot of rhetoric, largely sometimes being resolved in the courts, but very rarely going to a physical level of outcome. And he's been seeing that how violently someone can meet their end for espousing ideas in a fairly moderate way when compared to the way he engages in things, or people like Destiny or Hassan Piker and people like that. They tend to paint a more, not so much a more extreme viewpoint, the manner in which their viewpoint is delivered is a little more extreme. And the idea is, well, if somebody who, whilst they might have ideas and positions that are considered a bit far away from centrism, if they can meet a violent end so suddenly just by going about things in a fairly benign manner, I mean, it's confrontational, but it's not violent, it's not being screamed at, then what risk are they at? What risk are these other content creators at? And I think that was the chill that went through. And obviously, there were a lot of people who admitted to supporting his ideas, um, maybe disagreeing with others. And I mean, I don't think anyone necessarily fully agreed with him, but they still at least believed in the idea of being able to openly discuss things, that the First Amendment provided the protections to be able to go out and do that. And yep, certainly I think what I've seen is that there's a lot of people in the US community, content creation community, that are that have held a chill because of this. And will it tone down the rhetoric? Will it not? I mean, people will still believe what they want to believe, still espouse those ideas, but the manner in which they espouse those ideas, I think, will be more toned down. On top of all the other things that are going on, stopping content creation and stuff at the moment. And there's also been suppression of ideas in the past. Like I said, took until Elon Musk bought X, Twitter, for the boot to come off the um, speech of many conservative voices. And so there are things going on. I mean, there's issues with Twitch, with botting, and all the other bits and pieces at the moment. The arbitrariness of bans, all the other bits and pieces. There's stuff on YouTube about shadow banning of certain content, and people are still arguing and fighting against ideologies held by creation companies and by streaming services. Those things just haven't changed and won't change anytime soon. So yeah, there was certainly has been a surprising outpouring. And people are saying that if this had happened before Elon Musk bought Twitter, it would have disappeared. There would have been no coverage. It would have been like the sad events that led to the Ukrainian refugee who died in Charlottesville recently, Irinya. That, as it wasn't covered for at least 2 weeks after the incident. She was attacked and died in August, in mid to late August. Yet it took until September before it caught on. And part of the immediate narrative around it was, why did it take so long for something like this to come to light? Is there because there was a racial element? Is that because there is an element that is keeping it out of narrative, out of coverage? Because it's hard to say, how do we say that our nations are safe places for Ukrainian refugees when this can happen completely arbitrarily, when it seems that there was no provocation? When you look at the bystander effect going on, of the fact that it wasn't till she was effectively bled out on the floor before somebody came to help. And people are looking at that and the rather horrific video and contemplating what it means to people's own belief in society, people's belief in what we do as individuals, how we respond to those sort of things, and why nothing was done. Now, I can tell you from first-hand experience, it's called the bystander effect. It's fight, flight, or freeze. People might tell themselves, "Oh, I'll do X, Y, Z when something happens." You don't know what your reaction is going to be until you get in that situation. You can be as full of bluster as you want. It's like, I'm sure that there's plenty of people out there who served in the military, particularly in the arms corps, who had people they went through basic training with, who were basically puffed up their chest at any opportunity, talked about, well, I mean, those sort of people actually do get weeded out rather quick, but had this very gung-ho attitude. Yet the moment they hit the actual battlefield, it evaporated. Not that they were cowards, but they faced reality, and it was nothing like the narrative they created about what it was going to be like. I read an inquiry in the Australian Army, I think. Yes, uh, about an incident that took place. Well, basically, it was an inquiry into the death of a member after they'd returned from Afghanistan, and whilst they weren't directly part of the special forces, they were attached to them, and basically what had happened was they had this gung ho attitude towards things and had this concept of what it was going to be like. Managed to convince the um, patrol commanders to let them come out on patrol. There was contact, and um, there were a couple of Afghanis killed and at least one severely wounded. Now they were mortally wounded in the end, but they lived long enough to crawl away from the battlefield, and obviously in post-contact cleanup, they obviously had to go and follow the blood trail and everything else. And this guy had not necessarily been trained as an arms corps, like hadn't been trained necessarily as infantry. Certainly had no exposure prior to this, and came home from the conflict, came home from deployment broken, because the person that had been mortally wounded and crawled off the battlefield was a 14-year-old kid. And this guy believed he'd gut shot him and couldn't live with it. Couldn't live with it. And there was and then the bloke ended up taking his own life. But the inquiry basically went into looked at why he was even allowed to be on the battlefield in the first place, but then why there was no follow-up support when it was realised, oops, he's gone and done something he probably shouldn't have, but there was no recognition that it was going to be rather upsetting and fundamentally changed the poor person. Um, but it was an interesting inquiry, not just because of what happened fundamentally at the end, but it was the whole, how did it get to the point this guy got on the battlefield and what he was like before he got out there and got into contact, and what happened afterwards in terms of the reality of firing a weapon in anger, of hitting somebody and not killing them outright, and all these things, of all these psychological concepts that people are like, oh, I'll do this or I'll do that. It it's it's different when you smell the blood and the guts. It's not the same. And people who tell you that they know what they're going to do, generally you want to stay very far away from. But anyway, how did we get to that? A bit of a tangent. Yeah, no, actually, no. Talking about people talking about claiming they're going to do X, Y, Z, and well, the reality is slightly different. And so, I think people now are coming out of this, in addition to the level of support that was somewhat surprising, but the pushback against hatred of hateful rhetoric. Now, depending on which side of the argument you sit, you might say that's not hateful rhetoric. On the other side, it's like, oh, yes, it is. You were calling for violence. You were calling for violent acts against others, and we've just seen firsthand what happens ultimately. It's telling that you see people like Bill Maher, that like Colbert, suddenly backtracking in their speeches and in their shows and stuff. Not long after the assassination, you see them nervous, in part because I think they realise there is as much risk as Charlie Kirk was, but also because they've been advocating. I mean, even The View seemed very contrite afterwards. You've got this idea that people are suddenly waking up to the fact that, hang on, all this stuff I've said over the previous X number of years, not only is it going to come back to bite me and I'm going to face consequences for it, but it's contributed to the polarization. It's potentially contributed to the person getting into the position where he put his finger on the trigger. Was it my speech that put him in there? It's it's the inciting to violence that is the problem. So anyway, that's not the reason I brought up
The vigils hitting
decoy voice
college
initially.
campuses, with huge crowds even in New York City, as NASCAR races paid their respects, but also MLB games, as the New York Yankees had a moment of silence alongside the NFL, also honoring his life. But then we started.
So the other thing that stood out, okay, coming from an Australian who's not involved in US politics, at least not directly, we have to suffer the consequences like everybody else. It stood out, one, I guess, how conservative a lot of society still is, even if they don't get to say it, the old silent Tory effect. But two, the level of impact that Charlie Kirk had. I mean, prior to his death, I don't think I would have said that the impact of his life was on that sort of a level. Not realizing how much of a power breaker he'd ended up being with, say, JD Vance getting into the position he did, of the the fact that, you know, as I said, NASCAR recognised him, that the Yankees recognised him, that you've got these large organisations that didn't seem to stop for much else, suddenly recognising it. It's like, well, maybe the impact of his life through death was far greater than people expected, and it's going to be interesting to see. Um, is it Cardinal Stadium, I believe, where the funeral's going to be held, the public funeral at least, how that is going to be attended. And obviously you've got these vigils that appeared around the place, and yeah, various people for and against it. It's one of those things that just boggles the mind somewhat. And there was a comment made by there's a commentator. Who were they? There's someone I don't normally listen to, but I listened to it because they were talking about it. Like, well, they don't normally talk about this sort of stuff. It wasn't Clownfish TV. It was somebody else. But the point of what they were saying was there are these key events in history. There are times when it feels like the rules have changed. And they said that the only other time in history they've felt that the society or the world has changed fundamentally, that the rules of society have changed, that the rules have overall changed, was September 11, 2001, when Bush was notified of the attacks while he was reading the book to the kindergartners. That particular image and exchange was where this commentator felt the rules had changed. The future was being put down a path based on this seminal event, and that whatever the world had been up till the 10th of September, or till 5 a.m. on the 11th, it was no longer going to be the same. And they've said that and they were a commentator that didn't really listen to Charlie Kirk, had never met them, didn't communicate with them, anything like that. But they said that they felt that this assassination was the same sort of thing, that for some reason they couldn't explain it beforehand, but for some reason, and probably could still struggle to explain why exactly it was him, why the impact is so great, but saying that it feels different coming out. Now, I reckon a big part of it is people realizing online hateful rhetoric has real world consequences. Not only that, like I was saying with Theo Von and a bunch of the other high profile content producers, is they've had this chilling effect go through them of, wait a second, I'm more vulnerable than that, or I'm as vulnerable than that. It's like uh, everybody attracts haters online because it's anonymous generally. It's like, well, which one of my haters is going to go to that extreme? Have I said or done things that have upset people that much? Well, a lot of conservative commentators have felt that in in their uh, comment sections and things like that. Left-leaning ones, probably not so much, but it still raises the question of how safe and secure people feel in their own space. And also the other, I think the other reason why they feel this turning point as such in history is that it was not somebody who was inflammatory in their way they delivered their rhetoric. And I mean, people, again, I said people sometimes felt his positions were inflammatory, but he delivered them in a calm manner and tried to find common ground. I think people would say that if someone like Alex Jones had, um, well, not been killed, but if it had been someone like Alex Jones instead, people would be like, well, it's because of the way he delivered his message, because of how extreme, not just his viewpoints, but the manner in which he delivers his message is antagonistic. And but Charlie Kirk was rarely antagonistic. I mean, in the one-on-one debates, when people weren't listening or they were talking over each other, it seemed a bit antagonistic at times. But it was certainly not on the level of, say, someone like an Alex Jones or a Bill Maher or The View or a Colbert, or you get the message. And so I think that's part of it too, is we people up until early September were battling over the idea of suppression of thought on the internet, of what the Online Surveillance Safety Act in the UK was going to do, what the banning of social media for under 16s in Australia was going to do. People were looking at these as being suppressions of thought and speech and everything else. Now, I think those means, those political means, are probably going to get expanded upon and probably be forced down the pipeline a little bit more. But I think people are concerned that it's potentially going to be aligned or politically implemented. Who knows? But anyway, so going back to
Reported seeing
Deco Voice.
Spain paying their respects. Torches all the way in Australia holding up signs for Charlie, with South Korean citizens singing, "We are Charlie Kirk." Where we all knew the assassination of Charlie Kirk was going to ignite American conservatives and moderates, but nobody could have imagined he would become the face of freedom for the entire planet. As at the UK's Unite the Kingdom march, which was reported as 110,000 people, but was more likely millions.
This is the counter-revolution. There's been a globalist revolution for 20 years. We are the counter-revolution. It's not going anywhere, mate.
Carrying posters of not only Charlie Kirk, but his entire family, as they all rallied behind his memory.
To Charlie's family, we all pray for you, and we hope we honour his life.
So, of course, the left tried to make this about the spooky far-right.
What you're seeing here is probably the biggest far-right demonstration ever held in Britain. And I've been among this crowd.
So, as I was saying, the positioning in the media and everything else is that, yeah, any expression of national identity is considered far right by people who are light in skin tone, I guess. It's a very racist thing to be saying by them, but hey, it fits their ideology. But it's also an excuse for them to put hateful rhetoric against those who attended and those who marched.
And I think it's obvious that many of the people who are wearing our flag as a badge of their own white identity and as a mark of hatred of our multicultural, multinational society.
But who knew the UK?
So those sort of opinions are actually fairly standard in the media. So it's not like that guy's some random engaged in horrible hatred. That's going to be a fairly common viewpoint you're going to see.
His far-right was so diverse.
そして昔のイギリスを取り戻そうとしてる。これ日本でもやらんと。
Erica Kerr, this is for you. We love you. We stand with you. We will always have your back, and we love your husband, Charlie.
I have to come and support the event, uniting the whole country, bringing everybody together, bringing the 4 nations together. That's why I dress up and then come and support. I'll be integrated, so I have to respect the culture.
And notice how nobody was shouting down any of those very diverse conservatives, as they're all embracing Western culture and rejecting liberal tyranny. But nothing scares a political elite more than when the common man bands together against the ruling class. So they immediately went back to their same old tired playbook.
Show me what community looks like. This is what community looks like.
Of protesters that mysteriously get these signs left behind by these mysterious figures, who they later discovered are funded by none other than their own tax dollars. Kinda interesting how the same exact...
Now, there's another video out there not in support of this, talking to a politician who is in attendance at that counter protest. In the background, you see a couple of people with some of those signs, and actually has a little banner across the top explaining who provided the sign or what organisation they're more associated with. And it's one of the, not Socialist International, but one of the very socialist parties. And it's like well accepted that they're heavily socialist. So if you're looking at the ideology, at least the openly espoused ideology of these counter-protests, there you go. Very hard left, despite what they might be waving signs for.
thing was happening in the US until the Trump administration started tracing who was funding these riots, and they evaporated overnight. So of course, to offset millions of angry Englishmen, masked Antifa and Black Bloc had to make an appearance, chanting, disgusting phrases.
Sorry, this is for all the people that want to be here on our side, but
Where their cappers initially admitted
So there's a little bit of misinformation that sort of creeps out here. Now, speech like that, I mean, Keir Starmer came out and said, "Oh no, the UK's had free speech." Well, no, that's actually hate speech. But anyway, the sort of thing that people are surprised. What do you mean I'm getting consequences for saying hateful things like that? It's maddening that people think that that's an appropriate thing to say, irrespective of whether you agree with what that person stood for. It's like the last several years of online discourse have emboldened people because they've never faced pushback. They've existed in an echo chamber that has, that, yeah, sort of supports them completely. Now, the clashes from the marches in the UK, apparently there was a change of the route at last minute, that the Met Police blocked off one of the accepted route, and so that was the reason why you had that eventual footage of protesters breaking police lines of horrible violence. Well, it's because the police had blocked off the march route that had been approved and accepted. Now, they only had a fraction of the main parade size, but where the disorder points are, it's like, well, unless the main parade broke off and went through the embankment and the rest of central London to intentionally seek conflict, I doubt. And it goes back to the discussion we'd had the other day about the protests in Victoria, well, in Australia, but mainly Victoria, where there was conflict. And it's evident that it's the counter-protesters who, whilst being in a much smaller protest, were the ones that closed and engaged in violence. Yet the coverage of the event by the media is that it was instigated by the other side, and sort of don't look at it very closely because otherwise the misleading information would be exposed. The other thing too that comes out of this is the number of arrests that took place, not just here, there was like protests in Australia, that at least this weekend just gone, the protests, the arrests were certainly now targeting leftist agitators a lot more. And that was a surprise. Now, whether that stays the same going forward or it goes back to more arrests of, not a fair distribution of arrests, we'll see. But it was surprising that the media even acknowledged that most of the arrests had come from the counter-protests and agitators this last weekend.
the problem areas weren't with the Unite the Kingdom marchers, but the Antifa idiots, to which the Met Police marched them right into each other, just so they could later state there was significant aggression directed at officers.
And again, putting paid to the lie of there's free speech in the UK is the fact that the Met Police prevent people from replying. So there's no ability to counter what is being said or to support it, if that's what people want.
By the Unite the Kingdom protesters, but also turning off the replies, as the mainstream media rushed to echo those sentiments, stating far-right activists with clashes breaking out.
Marching through the streets of London, one of the largest right-wing demonstrations to take place in the UK in modern times. Organized by the far-right anti-immigration activist Tommy Robinson, close by a much smaller counter-protest organized by anti-racism activists.
I'm just really against racism.
Organized by anti-racism activists.
I'm just really against.
Okay, so that says say no to racism. The actual party responsible for the banners, probably down the bottom there, a bit hard to see on that one.
So close at one point that right-wing marchers began throwing things at them and pushing police. London's Metropolitan Police said a number of its officers were assaulted by the right-wing demonstrators, Dorica, and that 25 people were arrested.
It really seems like every single time they start to lose control, they revert back to the same exact place. As in this enormous march across the UK, I didn't see a single incident of property damage, compared to neighboring France that had their own riots 4 days earlier, as it initially started with the French angry at their political leadership. But
Okay, so these protests were not covered anywhere in Australian media that I saw. There was obviously a coverage of the French Prime Minister resigning / being sacked, but there was a brief mention of an attempt to have a protest of a sort, sort of a shut down things. But the extent of the protests and what took place, no coverage. Mind you, the French will protest at the drop of a hat, but
then women carrying French flags were being attacked by those not, with the block everything protests beginning to build barricades in the street, making makeshift roadblocks to stop traffic. And then burning buses to stop the streets, as sadly, that wasn't the only place they used fire on the freeways, as they specifically burned a Korean restaurant, later attacking the responding French police with trash cans. But the mainstream media didn't seem to cover it like the Unite the Kingdom rally, where they seemed to make it more about pressure on the government and how it started online in far-right circles.
So this statement is hard to reconcile. That starts in far-right circles, co-opted by left-wing anti-fascist and anarchist groups. Now, that makes very little sense. But if we go back to that previous video where we talked about whether the professor was talking about changing your concept of understanding the spectrum of political ideology, where the far left and far right are more closely aligned because of their desire for an authoritarian existence for everybody else. It's no surprise, although the idea of anarchists being involved, yeah.
But now happens to have left-wing groups. So when the left burns down entire sections of the city, they're protesters in Paris. But if the entire community marches against the establishment, that's the far-right clashing with the police. But they only classify you as far-right, so they can later call you a fascist, as they simultaneously encourage psychos online. They need to eliminate these evil fascists. But now, normal people no longer fear being called a fascist when they just...
So the other part of it too is the government in France is a fairly weak coalition. Was attempted to offset National Front, or I think that's what they're called now. Marine Le Pen's political party that had swept in and was looking to take power of its own accord. So there was a coalition of very disparate leftist parties, all of whom hated each other and decided and basically hated each other because they either thought they didn't go far enough to implement socialism or had gone too far to do their socialist policies. And so they tried to create a coalition to basically counter Marine Le Pen. So the fact the Prime Minister was sacked or resigned shouldn't have come as a surprise to anyone. But the fact that it's largely leftist protesters protesting a leftist government, or the failure of a leftist government to support being a leftist government, is probably why we're not seeing any coverage of that, and there's probably a lot of ideological support in the media for it, so they're going to, paper over it and pretend that it's nothing significant.
just murdered Charlie Kirk over allegedly being one, when all he was doing was having conversations and spreading the truth. And the more the left goes into overdrive trying to silence anybody that notices, the more the average citizen is finally saying no to their political violence. So as the calls for political violence have only amplified, people are now losing their jobs in neurology at universities. Microsoft is combing through their ranks to do the same, and even American Airlines is firing pilots who think it's okay to celebrate murder, as we're seeing a turning point not only in the US, with Americans making it their mission to dish out consequences, but now conservatives worldwide are rallying behind Charlie, as the left didn't even think he'd be seen as a martyr, but now Charlie's known globally as the face of finally fighting back. So if you appreciate my concise,
right. Okay, so yeah, the reason I put that video up was not for the majority of it. I mean, it is all good points, but was to focus on the coverage of the protests and to basically point out the issue surrounding the French protests. In that, here in Australia, I've barely seen or heard anything in regards to it, and that becomes, well, it's an interesting concern because quite clearly there's a lot of coverage of our protests and the UK protests and everything else, and it's painted with a rhetoric that is quite strong and inflammatory. And then there's also cover of the Nepalese protests, although that's sort of faded away. The very little, very, very little to non-existent coverage of the French. And that's one of those things that surprised me. It's like, well, hang on, it's kind of important because it ties into the political instability over there and the fact that they're also looking at needing to re-establish a new government, and it ties into, I guess, the political winds going through all of Europe at the moment about the difficulty a lot of nations are having in securing not securing their parliaments, but in terms of the winds of change going through going through their political systems. Winds of Change, the Scorpions, good old German band. And even like Germany, we talked about this the other day. Germany's got the AfD suddenly pressuring the CDU and the Greens and forcing the other parties. In fact, it's forcing a lot of left-leaning parties to have to form coalitions to attempt to hold off what they say is a rise of right-wing extremism throughout. I mean, even Norway had, whilst they returned a Labour/left government, their right-wing party had a very significant, very strong representation during the elections. And there's been issues, obviously, in France, in Germany, the UK with the Reform Party. There are issues with the presidential elections in Romania recently, where there are a lot of allegations about who is influencing things from the outside, which ultimately sounded like a whinge that the people that one side was trying to influence for got outdone by the other side. It's just not a surprise. Not a surprise. Now, the way Australia does politics, I don't think we're going to see that sort of a groundswell. We'll just swing back over time. But we will cover a few things now, looking at Australian articles that look at. So we won't look at the weather one straight up. This first one. Okay, so Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, has closed his electoral office. So every member of Parliament is expected, they were given funding for it, but they're expected to maintain an electoral office within their electorate. So it's basically a place the everyday public can go and visit and get information from the staff of the politician. It's a means for members of the public to give information back to the politician, and that it's where the politician is expected to be sometimes when they're in their electorate, and it's basically a touch point between the politician and their electorate. Albanese's a Labor politician out of the union system, I believe, before that, and is considered, well, by one lot of people considered very liberalised, yet by the further left, he's not considered very liberalised at all. In fact, there's a lot of complaining at the moment, more so from people who should be supporting him or historically would have supported him, that they don't think he's gone far enough. And he certainly upset the unions, who are the traditional support base for the Labor Party, and he's upsetting other Labor supporters with his stance on various things. And to then get a pushback to the point that he's got to close his electoral office out of safety concerns. If we didn't know what else was going on in society at the moment, you'd probably assume that the reason a Labor Party member has to shut their electoral office due to protests and everything else would be protests coming from Liberal supporters, the Conservative Party here in Australia. So from Conservative protesters. But, well, for a start, you can see a Palestinian flag. It's not a lot of Conservative support for the Palestinian concern at the moment. Right there, that a lot of focus on his on the protesting at his electoral office has been because of the government stance on the Gaza war. Now, oddly enough, Albanese has come out and said that Australia is going to recognise Palestinian statehood at the next UN General Assembly. I believe that's the timing for it, and that there's a few other nations going to do the same sort of thing. Funnily enough, Denmark said they wouldn't. That's a bit weird. But irrespective of recognition or anything like that, you're getting aggressive protesters. Now, if I was to believe the media, it would be that it's all sunshines and rainbows on the left side of politics. Well, the reality seems to be that there's a lot more disrupting socialist, black bloc, and anarchist protesters out there than anything else. And in fact, the disruption seems to be coming from those further down the left. I mean, or maybe not further down the left, but those certainly on the left side. Yes, they were considered right side in the recent Australian anti-immigration marches, but marches for Australia. But they're not forcing the politicians to close their electoral offices. No, no. So it's is it the are the protesters biting the hand that feeds them? Is it the politician ignoring the hand that put them into power? Yeah, it's kind of funny that they perceive Australia's inaction. Australia's probably doing more politically. Well, again, words. Yeah, it's and well, there you go. Violence against other MP officers, which again suggests the political violence is coming from one side. But no, we can't talk about that. So yeah, that's from Channel 9. So not a huge surprise they had that position. All right. Since we're going to stick to protests and things like that, there's this. Now, it was talked about the other day that the Vuelta had a couple of stages interrupted, cut short, changed route because of protests. Now, the issue that some people have, well, apart from the fact they want to be disruptive and quite clearly, well, there's one non-Palestinian flag on display. It is quite clearly a protest for Palestine. But the question is, why? What impact? It's, again, people not getting consequences for their actions. Why disrupt one of the three major tours in cycling for a cause that, well, probably a lot of the cyclists probably support? And so they've basically been very disruptive. They've knocked down barriers, etc. So um, the last stage was cancelled, and generally the last stage is the ceremonial entrance to the major city and shows off everything to do with the tour and nation that was doing it and everything else. And basically, it's not competitive in terms of overall outcome. The sprinters will have a bit of a go at it, but generally the GC contenders just don't compete against each other on the last day. So, in essence, before they got into Madrid, the race was called. People are blaming one team in particular for the protest. It's like, well, they're not the ones protesting. It just so happens to be that Premier Tech is being sponsored in part by the state of Israel. And so everyone's like whining and carrying on and complaining about this. And the point being, well, this isn't the first pro cycling team to have a nation state supporting it in direct or indirect methods. UAE team Emirates is supported or was supported by the United Arab Emirates. US Postal, when they raced under US Postal, which then became, I think, Garmin, and are now, what are they? Are they still Team Garmin? Anyway, US Postal, when they were racing as US Postal, was in effect racing with US government money because it was funding by the US Postal Service, and that was one of the reasons why, certainly one of the reasons why Armstrong was investigated and faced the consequences that he ultimately did so heavily, in addition to being stripped of his 7 Tour de France yellow jerseys, was because he received US government money whilst doping, and that the concern was that US government money had been used to promote illegal drug taking within the team and within the sport, and it certainly put a link to the US government that the US government really didn't want to have. So yeah, the idea that there's a nation state involved, it's not new. I don't know why they consider it something odd, but yeah, it's a sad thing. I don't get it. You want to protest? Fine, protest. Why are you disrupting the race? Why go to that extent? It's only going to tighten security going forward. It's going to turn people away from your concern, especially if I doubt there'd be many cycling supporters out there that appreciate the way in which the protest was carried out and the disruption to their race. Although I guess people tend to be tend to dissociate parts of their mindset like that. Yeah, it's sad. Funny that. I uh, it's yeah, I mean, interesting to see. Look, there's violence directly tied to the rhetoric of certain people. Yeah, it's a disgrace to cycling. Well, there's a lot of things in cycling that can be regarded as a disgrace, but yeah, it's hard to look at that and believe otherwise. Um, the Did I just cover that? Okay, so um, diddle-diddle-doo. Okay, well, this is going back to the Albanese's um, electoral office thing. Disruption to funerals and other church services. Well, I think that's probably a bit much. And so yeah, it's one of those things that people don't see consequence for their own actions. You you kind of see the early comments or the comments that haven't had time to stew for a while tend to be a bit more raw. I don't like listening to the comments on a lot of these news websites. They're very, very heavily slanted. But yeah, certainly people saying it's a damage control exercise at the moment, but lacks the conscious awareness, apparently, of how they contributed to the setup and the situation and why they're running away from it right now. So it's like, yeah, why would he want to move away from these protesters now? Like I said, he's got the recent um, announcement that he's going to recognise Palestinian statehood. Yeah, that might be flip flopped by the sounds of things. I mean, if you're going to be a bit cynical in how you read it, it's just yeah, I try not to read the comments. They're almost as aggravating as the actual um, articles themselves. But this is a fair point here about, well, hang on, I thought they were supposed to be peaceful protesters, and it's the people on the right that are criminals and vandals and everything else. It's just like, yeah, it's people struggle to read sometimes. But anywho, I think that was the only other article I missed on that one. Oh, nope, there's one more. The one from the SBS, which is obviously the very the special broadcasting service. So these guys are going to have the very heavily pro-Palestinian viewpoint. So they're going to be very much in favour of the protesters and probably less in favour of him. I mean, also in favour. It's like they're trying to pick which one they oppression Olympics. Who's going to win the oppression Olympics? These guys will, I think. So they don't have comments. So it'll be just a case of it seems pretty much the same sort of statement. Obviously acknowledging the protests that were there, and yeah, obviously they're not going to go too far into it because you don't see any real discussion of of why they're being disruptive and how they're being disruptive. Again, leans the way it does. Okay, we're going to go into some banking stuff for a quick bit. Came down yesterday that the Australian New Zealand Bank, ANZ Bank, had been one of our big four, has really not been very good at doing their job and have been penalised 240 million Australian dollars for it. And that includes, well, in part, ripping the government off. The bond trading thing that I see here, apparently they were the financial party or the financial institution that was going to help the government sell a tranche of bonds. And apparently, in order to hedge the risk associated with it, the bank is supposed to take a bunch of hedged positions to offset the risk. They didn't, or they didn't do it fast enough. And so it wasn't until basically the last minute that they suddenly rushed out a massive number of orders to try and hedge their position. And because it basically flooded the market, it shifted, it caused the price to drop on the bonds at the time, which forced the interest rate up. Now, 0.02% doesn't sound like much, but when it can be tied to an individual, not necessarily to an individual, but to a single institution doing it, becomes market manipulation. And so not only did the bank gain from the added 0.02% interest that was gained, but they also gained from the position they held because the value of the bonds as they hit the market was suppressed below what it should have been. So, in essence, the bank took money out of the pocket of the government in addition to the fee that they're also paid to do it. So, I don't know if that was the whole reason the government went after the bank, but yeah. And then misconduct across products and services that impact customers. All the banks do that. That's not nice. Anyone who's had to deal with a deceased estate knows how difficult some service providers can be, even when you supply full signed death certificates and everything else. Yeah, it can be difficult. So yeah, okay, well there you go. The the ANZ errors resulted in a lower bond price, which meant the bank gained and it cost the government. So yeah, it was not pleasant for the bank, but I mean, because this is the sort of thing that uh, whenever the banks do naughty things, it tends to be picked up everywhere. So, yep, it says that the top execs could face bonus cuts. Well, they've also just said they're going to fire 3,500 employees over the next year or so. So the ANZ's not having a good week. And so, yeah, the Sydney Morning Herald, I find it a bit better when they talk about the financial side of things. I don't know. I just find them a little bit better informed than the other sources on this sort of stuff. So yeah, it's yeah, the bank being naughty. It's like I said, it's not the only place it's been covered. I mean, even SBS having a crack at them. Okay, that's their uh, video on it. That's all right. Um, okay, going back to the Walter thing and the fact that Spanish PM said beforehand he supported the protesters and everything else. That's quite a big claim to be made. And obviously he's a socialist. Does that mean that you've got to be a socialist to support the Palestinian claims to statehood and position and everything else? Or is it just they're the ones who are associated and can protest well? Meh. But it's claiming that Israel, like Russia, should not be allowed to compete in international sport events. It's like, okay, I get it. You don't like Israel. You love Palestine, but what? Um, okay, yeah, there is a degree of the same sort of argument. People are saying, well, if Russia's banned for various, like, is excluded because of what's happening in Ukraine, then the US should have, and England, and the UK and Australia should have been excluded from 2003 till 2015-ish for Iraq and Afghanistan and other places. It's um, it's an uneven application of ire, and the whole Icarus affair. Uh, the the thing is, whilst I know how it came to light and everything like that, I think there's a lot more. Um, a lot of Western nations got away very luckily from all of that in terms of doping in sports and things like that. It was obviously alleged that the Russians had a state level system running, and therefore that's why they're being excluded from international sports as well. When the Russians weren't the main benefactors of what was going on in the Icarus affair in terms of who was receiving doping products and the number of high profile athletes that subsequently got caught doping or retired unexpectedly. Yeah, the Russians were a whipping boy in that case. I mean, if they're going to be serious about it, China would probably be set aside too for their swimmers. Good old turtle blood. But yeah, so yeah, the Spanish government is obviously quite left leaning, but it's just uh, doesn't help the Vuelta really because it's doesn't have the awareness of the Tour de France is the big one, but even the Giro d'Italia has more awareness, I think, than the Vuelta does. So, yeah, and well, there you go. This article explains why Madrid's mayor was countering the prime minister's viewpoint, because he's conservative. Duh, would make sense. It's just, yeah. Funny enough, I see. Here's the thing. This is now the second or third article on unrelated matters where the Danes, I would say, have grown a set, are becoming more outspoken and seemingly taking a more conservative position on things, which, uh, I'd always thought that they were more of the social democracy. I mean, they've got the whole commune in, was it the Christiania? I can't remember the name exactly. It's a section of um, what is the capital of Denmark? Brains failed all of a sudden. Uh, yeah, but basically it's an unregulated commune, and it's been accepted to be that and left as that. They're very progressive, but all of a sudden regressive. But all of a sudden they've taken a very conservative viewpoint on things. So that's kind of interesting. Watch this space, I suspect. Anyway, hopefully everything. Sorry, next year's Tour de France starts with a stage in Barcelona. Hopefully everything will be solved by then. To do with these protests. They're not the protests I'd be concerned about in Barcelona. I'd be concerned about the Catalans because they've been agitating a bit more in recent years about independence and everything else. I'd be concerned more about Spanish people for next year. Maybe they don't get as much following internationally, but yeah, yeah. I don't think they've got as much awareness as like the Basques did, probably because they weren't as violent they didn't have the equivalent to ETA. I mean, they're still slightly violent, but no, their push for independence has always been, well, seemingly been more political in nature than violent. All right, so that's Get rid of that. All right, I'm going to quickly cover the second claimed Russian airspace incursion in a week, being a drone having entered then left Romanian airspace from Ukraine, and again claimed to have been from the Russians. Now, the interesting thing here is we tracked it. I don't know if it's the ABC article or one of the other articles, but it talks about it was tracked coming in, then they struggled to track it once it was in Romania, and then it dropped off radar. It's like, well, hang on, how the hell were you tracking it in the first place? It was presumably in very intermittent contact. So you've already given me doubt as to the reliability of your ability to track its path through airspace. If you can't hold on to it when it's in your airspace, how well and how reliable was its position keeping outside, or your position keeping for it outside? Um, and again, it's picked a non a non-populated region to hover over before departing. Again, seems a little bit odd, but hey, whatever. Yeah, intercepted, wasn't shot down. It left. Came close to taking out the drone as it left before it left national airspace towards Ukraine. They're not they're F-16s, not Eurofighters. F-16s and two Typhoons were also scrambled. It said, okay, blaming Russia for everything. Of course, Zelensky sticking his nose in it again and trying to ramp up the rhetoric. And further sanctions, tariffs, and collective defense, and this and that. It makes me wonder again the source of the drone. I'm sorry, maybe considered. It's one of those things that, yeah, it's it's the experience that's got me to this point, but it looks and smells a little bit off. And I mean, it may be, like people say, it may be exactly from Russia and everything else, but I find this one harder to believe than the Poland one. I mean, the Polish one, there was added commentary that came out that said it was because the Russian drones had their navigation systems jammed, and as a result were out of control. That happens apparently. So while the intent is yet to be assessed, they've been called a test of readiness and resolve by Moscow. Yeah, these are ramped up rhetoric where it's posturing and everything else, but you then come back to there's a statement where basically Trump has said that he believes it may have been a mistake. Now, this supports my assertion that they've probably used alternate channels of communication to indicate that the drones were out of control, or they'd lost control, or for other reasons they knew that the drones were on their way to enter Polish airspace, and so the Russians had used those alternate channels to let the US know, or to let appropriate agencies know, and therefore the news was passed on, which then goes to explain why, whilst they deactivated military aircraft in response, why they'd shut the airspace of the civilian airfields, etc. It explains why there was this response preceding the drones entering airspace, yet every other day that the drones are flying around, nothing had happened. They'd not had the same level of response, even though the drones are very, very close to airspace and everything else, which implies that there was additional communication, additional knowledge of what was going on, why it was going on, and therefore an appropriate response. The fact they were then shot down and stuff, not a problem. I don't think anyone really had an issue with that. But the lead up actions suggest a decent amount of prior knowledge, and not just prior knowledge in this particular instance, but being able to discriminate between this actual incursion and routine drone activity during the conflict in Ukraine. People may not see the difference here, but there is quite a big difference in terms of posturing, reaction, and everything else, which is indicative of there being separate comms channels or some means for that information to be adequately transferred, ignoring the rhetoric of Zelensky and the rest. The other alternate thing is that it was done by the other reason that you could say it was known about and responded to in such a way is that it was done by somebody who then told you it's going to be here and is being done to antagonize the situation. Now, speculation about who did it is just that. The fact is that these aircranes entered airspace, did things, and got shot down or crashed or left. So, yeah, Trump's come out and said he believes it was an accident. And so I dare say he's probably had a phone call from somebody to say, look, this is what's happened. We didn't mean it. But it doesn't match up with the rhetoric that other people are pushing. And yeah, it doesn't help. There is, I mean, I can go and find random people at random institutions to make stupid claims and have them published too. Doesn't mean they're right. So yeah, there is. I don't think it's in this article, but it's in. There is suggestion that yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've seen how easy it is for people to be declared experts on things. Yeah, I doubt. I don't think so. I don't think so. Right. Next thing. So there's the other article talking about Romanian things. I think this is the one that talked about the difficulty tracking. And again, you'd be looking at, well, how did it get all the way down there, do what it did, and then leave? So, okay, so it was detected, again, reading only what is written, it implies that it was not necessarily detected coming in, how it got in, etc. And oh, okay, first time I've seen something even remotely suggesting that the Ukrainians are carrying out attacks in Russia and that they've been done by drone attacks, etc. So it's it gives me a headache, really. That's why I try not to read too much of these stories. And it's rhetoric goes around in circles. It hasn't really changed much in the last few years. And I mean, you look at where it is compared to Ukrainian territory. Who's surprised? Really? Really? Okay, that was the BBC article. Right. Okay. Do, 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 do. There is. I can't see where the article went. I thought I saved it. Anyway, pretty cool thing I saw coming out of Macrumors overnight is that we are now getting satellite access, so roadside assistance via satellite for appropriately equipped phones going to the major road service providers. So iPhone 14 or later with satellite capabilities, and it'll access Apple's satellite services. I think this is fantastic. If anyone has actually travelled in Australia outside the major cities, there are still mobile dead spots. If you look at mobile phone coverage maps of Australia, there is an enormous amount of the country that has no mobile coverage. And it doesn't take very, doesn't, you don't have to go very far to find yourself in a position where this becomes a necessity. Either that, or you have to rely on um, the generosity of passing drivers to stop and provide assistance. Now, I grew up in regional Australia, lived in town, and um, when when I left to go to uni, mum and dad moved out of town to another smaller town, and went back to visit them on and off. But the town we'd originally lived in was where all the services were, so it was like a 15-minute drive between the two, but it was proper country roads. One day, doing that trip back and forth, and there was a car stuck on the side of the road, broken down. Don't think it had flat tires, broken down, I think. A couple of ladies with it who were just like utterly confused. I don't know if they had a mobile or if they had coverage, etc. But it was one of those things where if I hadn't stopped to help and then took them into town to the mechanic, and the mechanic then was able to get someone to retrieve the vehicle for them, if I hadn't stopped to help, it would have been probably an hour plus before the next car drove past. And that road was one of the more regularly driven roads. So, I mean, it would have seen traffic throughout the day, but anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour between vehicles at that time of day could have been an hour. And now, if they'd been stuck on one of the other roads connecting the towns, I could have been the only car that day to go down that road. And so, yeah, something like this, fantastic. Awesome thing. And like one of the comments said, surprised to hear that it wasn't here already. Uh, well, I didn't even know it was even possible. But yes, fantastic, fantastic, fantastic work. I like that. That is a really, 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 really good idea. All right. Couple of lighter stories. Dogs in shopping centres. Someone took their dog into the supermarket, and now dogs can and can't go places in Australia. There is like it's up to the shop basically. Bunnings allows dogs on lead, and I think got to sit in the trolley. Everywhere else, it's pretty much assistance dogs only, like qualified assistance dogs only. There are some places where it's relaxed a little for cafes, like coffee shops with outdoor seating, that sort of thing. And there is a couple of pet shops nearby that welcome dogs in on leash, sort of thing. So this, no, doesn't. What a rip-off. $3 for a pack of chips. No. Yeah, no, not permitted. Not an assistance dog, because your assistance dog won't be like that. Yeah, shouldn't be done. Should not be done. There we go. Now companion animals again have to meet specific guidelines, and there's specific rules about how you can define an assistance animal, what sort of questions you're allowed to ask, and you can actually ask them to leave. That is also permitted under the legislation. Your a person's need for an assistance dog does not override somebody's fear of dogs or something like that, or a business's ability to accept dogs within its premises for a hygiene or safety reasons. I mean, the dog should be trained to that standard to be an assistance dog, but there may be hygiene or safety reasons why they cannot permit the dog inside their premises. Like one place that they are excluded from, even under legislation, is commercial kitchens, for example. That is well and truly prevented. So, well, I think it was, well, based on the fact the dog was in the trolley like that, it was pretty clear that it was not an assistance dog. I don't think that's an assistance dog either. And well, it doesn't need that behaviour. I mean, the whole difficulty around assistance dogs is like in the lead up to COVID. No, yes, there was a sudden rush for people to get their dogs certified and things like that, and there was great variety in the standard of training, quite often very poor. And there were plenty of times I was at the shops and saw two nominally assistance dogs barking at each other or reacting, and that should not be permitted. That shouldn't be allowed under the public access testing and the standard to which a dog is expected to behave in public under the legislation. Then there was, I guess, a bit of a push for random dogs to get to that standard. And even when you take an assistance dog into a low environment where there's other dogs, at the end of the day, it's still a dog. It's still going to do dog things from time to time. And if those other dogs are reacting towards it or causing agitation, the dog will do its best to stick to its training and ignore or let what bygones be bygones. But if an uncontrolled dog's in its face, it's going to try and protect itself. And I've spoken to many assistance dog handlers over time, and a lot of them sadly have had to retire their dogs a lot earlier than they should have because of issues like this, because of conflict with other dogs in public, where the assistance dog has basically come under threat, come under attack, and uh, it doesn't help. Then there's also a lack of understanding in the broader public about the difference between an assistance dog and some random dog on a lead, or even a therapy dog, which is not a thing. Well, therapy dogs are a thing, but they have no protection under legislation. And so then there is also a misunderstanding of what sort of obligation you are under to allow an assistance dog into your premises, etc., what you can and can't ask, what you can and can't do. And so, yeah, they'll often, people with genuine need for their assistance dogs will often carry 2 or 3 cards identifying the legislation, identifying why the dog's with them, all these other bits and pieces, which is not required by legislation, but is sort of a defensive mechanism that these people have had to create for themselves in order to be able to go out and about and have the support of an animal, which is medically provided or medically required for them. And it's the behavior of others that leads to those drawbacks. And yeah, this happens quite often. Untrained, unqualified animals being brought into stores often sees the trained assistance dog leave, in part because they want to avoid escalation, but also because they're just told to leave because people can't recognize the difference. So yeah, I mean, interesting to see what sort of comments they might have. Yep, okay, stupid person. Fair enough. After the recent machete bans and stuff, people are saying, well, that's a good thing the dog's not carrying a machete. And yeah, it's just headachy. No, you see, not pregnancy, testing. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. Public access testing, which is a series of evaluations the dog undergoes to ensure it behaves appropriately in public, so there's public access, and yeah, so yep, the dog has to go through the produce section without reacting, has to go past the deli, has to ignore drop food, has to um, uh, walk on slack lead, has to handle lifts, escalators. Well, generally not escalators, they're deadly for dogs. Entering and exiting public transport, depending on what organisation's doing it and what purpose the dog's going to undertake. Um, moving through car parks, moving through narrow spaces in shops, highly trafficked areas, low trafficked areas, kids, adults, you name it, noises. There's quite a range of testing. Now they're not to the standard of say a police working dog or something like that, but they are above general obedience level type tasks. I mean, they're not. It's not even obedience level, other than don't touch it. But even then, it's expected that a dog undergoing access testing like this should not require a command to ignore the food. It's expected to have been trained in, because the person who is using the dog as an assistance dog may not have the ability to command them like that. So, yeah. So, yeah. Um, kind of. That's an interesting one. Sidetrack to get upset at it all. Okay, public holidays. Let's just skip that one. Skip that one. All right, there's an interesting couple of things. I think this is to do with social direction, society's direction. This came out late last week. I saved the article. It's telling for a couple of reasons. Now, we obviously people are saying, oh, high immigration, etc., blah 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 blah. Look at the communities that are emigrating to Australia. By and large, they're going to be bringing, or they are bringing, a set of faiths with them. They are largely conservative type nations that they come from. So an article like this, which is that homophobia is on the rise after a long-term decline. Okay, I don't know that people believing homosexuality is immoral counts as homophobia, but whatever. 21% of Australians now believe it to be immoral after a after a previous decline. It's rising again. Okay, well, not much of a bounce, but it's a bounce nonetheless. I mean, it only goes back to 2001. It's, yeah, I mean, that looks like a trend. Doesn't just look like a one or two reversal, but yeah, you'd have to look at the fact that you're bringing in a migrant population, like I said, from very conservative backgrounds, and why be surprised that they bring those values with them? And it may also be a pushback. I mean, there was a discussion. We looked at the article last week from SBS about a return to faith by Gen Z, of people who were raised atheist or who had previously left a church returning to it. And that I pointed out that a lot of the systems they were going back into were heavily conservative. You had the atheists joining the Eastern Orthodox Church. Pentecostal, okay, well, Pentecostals are a bit weird, but the people joining Pentecostal church, which is, again, a big step for someone who's never been to a church before, suddenly to go full Pentecostal. But I'd also talked, it wasn't in the article, but also talked about the rise in the Latin rites in the Catholic Church and how much there'd been a pushback within the church as the church was liberalising to suddenly have this somewhat conservative, almost ultra-conservative pushback with people pushing to accept and receive the Latin rites. And the reality is, and I said this as well, that in the last 5 or 10 years or so, you're seeing the church car parks go from empty on a Sunday to overflowing. It was a case where a lot of churches were waiting for the old dears to die off, and then basically the parish would cease to exist. And all of a sudden, there's now an influx of new blood, and it's not a whole bunch of retirees, they're young families that I see heading for it, and the same for the mosque nearby as well. You see um, the patronage there going up constantly. And so there's a surprise in society that there are suddenly more conservative viewpoints being presented. Well, there was also the thing that representation on social media doesn't count for real world representation. I think there are some people who are facing the consequence of facing the reality that their viewpoint is not actually the accepted worldview. People are tolerating it, but they may have pushed too far, too hard, too fast. So it's also, I think there's been a pushback in some regards as well about how it's expressed in media and in the society. Along the way, a lot of things I heard from people were they may not necessarily like it, but they hate it being pushed in their faces. They hate the overt sexuality in public that's being pushed through pride organisations and parades and things like that. It's a questioning of why those sort of things, why those aspects of society need to be sexualised. Is it not enough to say this is me, and that's it? Apparently not. So I think that's also part of the pushback is this um, repulsion. Ultimately, that's what it is. People repelling it, pushing it back, being obviously in disagreement with it. So yeah, it's interesting as well. And I don't think that these figures are necessarily right, but that's what the ABS says they are. Then, so that's on news. SBS then had, well, a couple of articles. One which may tie into it. If it's just a video, it's just a video. Basically saying STIs and STDs are on the rise in Australia. Funny that. I wonder if that's going to have an effect on why things are turning around, why there's a pushback by the younger society, or younger generations. But again, it's telling to see when these articles come out, what they're being pushed towards. The idea of trad life, trad wife, etc. You've got a person in here who's in support of it. I don't recognise the names. Again, I don't watch trad wife stuff. But it's okay. It's homesteading is the way I look at it. I mean, people see it as a return of conservative values. It was the before. I remember there was a push in 2000 and, over the 2008 to 2012 timeframe. Is when I really remember it. That there was a push for like a return to manliness. There was a feeling that people had lost their way. Men had lost their way, and it wasn't quite men going their own way, which is been slandered as a misogynistic approach to everything. But I mean, there's articles anywhere you look about well, what's happened to today's men, particularly younger men. What's happened to men of the younger generation? Have they lost the way? Where's the mentorship? Things like men's sheds great ideas. Now, there's also articles about them being taken over by women. And it's like you've got one of the few remaining all-male spaces where they can go and get group help, in essence, hang out and discuss things with other men, now being taken over by women. And the one that I saw basically had basically created one tiny remaining little male-only space, and the men that were at the organisation all looked sad because they'd lost their space. When clearly there's plenty of women's-only spaces that men can't go into. But so the art of manliness was a thing that was around at the time, and you see it from time to time. Now, we're not talking like Andrew Tate viewpoints on manliness or things like that. You're looking more if you want to look at I mean, there's plenty of, I guess, commentators out there who are you class and the manliness type of things. Almost like a Ron Swanson type of viewpoint, but not the way he lives his life everywhere else. I mean, he's a very much the actual actor is a very hardcore leftist, and so I don't think necessarily that's captured by the whole manliness projects. But yeah, the art of manliness. I mean, it was at a time when emo was sort of winding down. Sort of, I saw it as a repudiation of the emo phase for kids. I mean, emo and goth, yeah, two sides of the same coin, I often think. But it was this idea that there was still a space for this idealized manliness of what it meant to be of masculinity. And so the rise in recent years of homesteading, of not so much prepping survivorship or anything like that, but it's self-sustainability, all these sort of concepts that, hey, your environmentalists and your hard left often really support, but done in a way that's seemingly more conservative. I mean, self-sustainability, more the pioneer, not so pioneer lifestyle, but an understanding that it's a return to a more conservative stance. Now, I mean, I look pretty manly. I've got hair there. I wear a check shirt. Missing some hair up there, but yeah, it doesn't matter. I didn't set out to appear like that necessarily. It wasn't an intentional thing. I just look good. But the point is that they're now whining about this tradwife approach. Barefoot and carrying babies. Some women want that. I don't think it's fair to criticize them for that viewpoint. It's just as fair for other women to say, I want to be a career person and that's it. Don't want kids, don't want relationships, don't want this, don't want that. Okay, that's your point of view. Stop forcing it on other people. Just like these tradwives and stuff shouldn't be forcing it on no one else. Certainly feel free to publicize your content so that other people, like-minded people, can come and share in it and you build a community. But the fact that it exists shouldn't be criticized. And so, again, you're looking at the organization providing it, SBS. It's like, well, of course, they're going to be very much down the left side of things. It probably hurt somebody to write this, but it's, oh, look at that. Oh, we warn the message of tradwives is regressive. It's anti-feminist. It leads you to a world of subjugation and extreme content. Clearly, they've got just lost the plot again, based over what happened in the last week or so. Now, yes, there is a linkage with conservative Christian movements, and well, I mean that's purely because the sort of people attracted to it are the sort of people who have a faith attracted to that. Wet roads cause rain. I think the sort of person attracted to that lifestyle would also be a person of faith, of a particular type of Christian faith. That doesn't mean you slander the whole movement because you don't like Christianity. No, no, no. So, blah, blah, blah. Selling this escapist fantasy. So they've found somebody who's done a master's degree and are now holding them as some sort of expert. Well, I'd like to read your essay. I think you've got issues, but anyway. Okay, yep, it's financially inaccessible because it's impossible to people to live on a single income. Okay, well, no one's pretending that it's easy. In fact, a lot of the content is about, well, how do we be self-sustainable when there's hardly any income? Like we acknowledging the fact that you're cutting out half the potential income because you're staying at home raising kids. I mean, yeah, the idea that you can be a stay-at-home mother until your kids are in school or even homeschool them and still be in a comfortable standard of living, it's not easy for a start to get to that level of work, and it's not easy to maintain an economically viable lifestyle like that. You've got to take sacrifices. It's not a hedonistic lifestyle by any stretch of the imagination. So it's third wave feminists complaining by the sounds of things. But then you have one counter example who's basically now being held up as this is why we shouldn't have tradwives. Okay, this person failed. Okay, fine. She lived a fairly traditional life for a while, but it's odd when she left. It's like, okay, so she's dead inside, didn't feel committed to it. Okay, well, did she reach out for help? Did she reach out to a community that probably already existed, didn't know how, didn't want to? I don't know. There's a lot missing from her story, and okay, so she probably suffered a degree of postnatal depression and the realities of living with an infant and child with complex health needs. That breaks up families no matter what sort of person you are. So I'm not going to blame her for saying, oh, it's all bad. I mean, the reality probably is the family situation got very tenuous when a child with complex needs showed up. I mean, sadly, the statistics are that families don't tend to stay together long after that sort of stuff. It's like when there's a major health crisis, even for the adults, there tends to be issues that come out of it. So it's yeah. Uh, so she's basically rejected and violently rejected it, and it's like, well, again, a prominent anti-tradwife. I've not heard of her, but then again, I don't pay attention to tradwife stuff. Um, you don't see tradwives in their 40s, really? Yeah, you do, but that's because they're the people who've made it through the system. And yeah, no, she said. So she's rejected her own moral standing. That's fine, but no, you don't project your morals on others because you couldn't live the life that you thought you wanted to live. And in fact, it talks about, yeah, with the help of a friend, she made the decision to leave her marriage. So she sort of did reach out for support, but the support she got was, had she received support to continue and support with the family and things like that? Might it be different? Who's to say? Of course, the article doesn't extend that level of thought because it would sort of bring into question the moral argument they're trying to make. So, yeah, I don't like that necessarily. Okay, we're going to get a couple more things we're going to try and hit. It's all sort of going to head down now, really, towards the Charlie Kirk stuff. There's yeah, the arguments here. You can see where the argument, you can see the slant of the article just from the headline. That they're blaming the far right. They're blaming, well, anybody who's not far left. It's their fault. And it's like, okay, well, you're hearing rhetoric. Oh no, people are punching each other and punching the police, etc. It's clear that they're pushing a rhetoric in the article which has not got so much stuff. I mean, this is from Musk, but the article, I was like, okay, Starmer was elected July last year and not due until 2029. Okay, well, I'm going to protect him. Okay, well, clearly the person writing this is in favour of Starmer, in favour of what Starmer's trying to do, feeling like objecting to the idea that a conservative stance is allowed to exist and have speech, and that okay, these counterclaims, counterclaims, it was more than 100,000, well more than 100,000. I don't think it was 3 million. 500,000, I could certainly agree to, but no, I don't. I think that's excessive just as much as that's underreporting it. But there's no thought applied to this statement. It's meant to diminish what Robinson said in terms of the numbers and accept uncritically what the Met Police said. And it's like, well, hang on. There's a reason for a difference, and when both sides are exaggerating, it takes away from the value of the argument. And this statement just basically says, oh, no, it's only him exaggerating. Nah, my side's fine. No, we're good. The other thing that I see quite often in the reporting is they always seem to put his real name in, find some way to shoehorn it in. Everyone else is allowed to have that sort of stuff kept hidden. It smells like it's an attempt not only to discredit, but keep people looking for him. And well, so he has served 5 prison terms, and well, okay, it's trying to paint this as something evil. But if you go and look at what his contempt of court case was, it was a political jailing. I think you don't have to be for or against him to realise it was a political jailing on a point of law. And it's like, yes, but it's almost like the lawfare that was tried against Trump before his 2024 election and was recently successful against Bolsonaro in Brazil. It's an attempt to say, like there was during the election in the US, of Trump being an X number of time convicted felon. Well, kind of not really. It was a very narrow reading of a law that was only created to personally target him, and so violated all sorts of rights under so all sorts of constitutional rights, but was pushed through as rushed and as possible, and still hasn't stood up to scrutiny, but allowed the narrative then to be pushed that he's an X number time felon. And yep, there's still people pushing that. So, yeah, I mean, the alleged victim declined to make a statement, probably because he instigated it. But, anywho, it's articles like this that just push through, and it's like larger than anticipated. Well, because the police didn't listen or underestimated. They tried to kettle them away from their agreed upon march route, and allowed, as you saw in the decoy voice video, allowed the counter protesters to close, or allowed them to close with counter protesters, and violence happened as a result. Now, the figures being put forward, you expect this to be underreported, that to be overreported. But, and this happened here in Australia too, with the recent protests and counter-protests last weekend, particularly down in Victoria. The protests on the left, or leftist protests or counter-protests, woefully underrepresented. An order of magnitude, several orders of magnitude smaller than the other protest. Two reasons, I think. One, people are feeling a chilling effect from what happened to Charlie Kirk, and therefore afraid that the rhetoric they've been putting out is going to come back and bite them in the bum, because they're now going to face consequences for things they've said and done. And two, because the actual support isn't there. That, yeah, maybe it's time to step away from rhetoric there for a little bit and let the things cool off, or also because the baseline support just really isn't there, and that they rely on various means to get enough people to come and do things. So it's, but there you go. Most of the violence appeared, there you go, there's a weasel word, appeared to come from the supporters among the far right, but there are also accounts of violence from counter protesters. Yeah, it's uh, a slanted article, quite clearly. Then there's also so Channel 9, clashes break out in protest organised by far right activists. Okay, it's selling a narrative with words. There's many better ways to put that without antagonising. Being able to state fact without pushing a message. But I mean, this one says, "Oh, well, it's people on the fringes of the parade," and I mean, still only 25 people arrested, far less than the Palestinian protest the other week. But yeah, you're looking at these low figures being reported, and the interesting thing is, like, so the aerial footage you're seeing of the protest come from two sources. One, there was a Guardian helicopter up. The police helicopter apparently wasn't there, or somewhere else. But it may not have been ADSB reporting, potentially. The other one is a helicopter paid for by Tommy Robinson to basically ensure the extent of the protest was captured, so that they could counter the narrative of only 1,000 people turned up. Well, they have the aerial footage, and you can work it out yourself, watch it through, do your own calculations based on density of human density per square meter during parades, protests, etc., and work out from there, which is why I think the actual figure is like 500,000 plus. But again, here we go. It's pushing this, we'll tie him to this. We're tying him to these more extreme positions. You don't, this adds nothing to the article, adds nothing to the fact of what went on, except to get people riled up. And it's yeah, I mean, it's still largely a peaceful protest. Um, well, there you go. It's claiming that it was far short of the pro-Palestinian march November 2023, which, well, immediately after October. Oh, that's an interesting one. Okay, so that was Channel 9 talking about it. And now you start looking at articles like this from SBS talking about hyper-connected nationalist groups fueling protests. It's like, well, people are using social media just like everyone else. They're being ignorant of the degree to which black bloc protesters, to which Antifa, to which professional left protesters, the protesting class, are using social media to organise and coordinate. They were doing this back in the summer of riots that the US went through after George Floyd's death. Um, you listen to podcasts with protesters who were there about how they were coordinated, how socialist organisations and student movements and these sort of populist, even though that's become a bad word now, movements coordinated and exchanged information and got themselves. People have always had means by which movements are coordinated and information disseminated to encourage people to show up and things like this. Why are they surprised that this is happening amongst conservatives? Except because it now doesn't match what the media wants to see. It's now painted as something horrible. And again, rather than just saying Tommy Robinson, they've used inflammatory rhetoric to say who he is and what he's doing. Again, mainly English flag, like UK flags, a couple of English flags down the back there. And so the raise the colours, unite the colours, which is basically a rejection of leftist socialist rhetoric and attempts to dismiss not just nationalists, but even dismiss citizen viewpoints. It's causing a lot of touch points, but here it's like slamming it as hateful. And it's like, well, a lot of people are just like, well, hang on. You can bring people in, you can do all this sort of stuff, but you got to remember they're coming to the nation for a reason. They want to come to the nation. Don't kill off the nation merely to support, or you're cutting your nose off to spite your face. You're setting yourself on fire to keep other people warm. This is not sustainable. And same discussion we had about these other rallies here in Australia recently. So it's, well, yes, the Reform Party has gained even more support. And so basically they're like, it's, there you go. That name shows up quite repeatedly in articles by SBS and other things about, well, he's an extremism researcher from Monash University. Having seen the standard of thought that comes out of Monash University online of people who identify themselves as researchers and professors and lecturers at Monash University, I'm not surprised that he's here talking about this sort of stuff and how he's labeling the far right with all this sort of behavior. It's, yeah. You scratch him, he's going to bleed red. Yeah. And then experts. What experts? Experts are just people you want to support your organisation. But yeah, look, it's just growing transnational links. Again, it's people using social media, people using the medias we have to communicate with each other. It's just, oh, I mean, he blames social media, but then again, he's a leftist himself. Of course he's going to blame it. Does that mean everyone on the other side can blame the unions for him being Prime Minister? Or blame his rhetoric? It's very one-sided, sadly, and this is not anywhere near the extreme of Australian media. This is just what passes for mainstream media. And it's sad, sad to see things like that, and the idea that, well, this is what is being pushed down to people to read and understand. And I mean, even the Sydney Morning Herald is, oh no, are we potentially going to face a right wing or conservative pushback? Concern, scary, it's all upsetting and blah, 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 blah. People scared of the idea that, well, how come Donald Trump got the support he did? People sort of are like, still don't understand why that's the case. They still refuse to accept that maybe the ideas they're pushing aren't as popular or as well received by the broader population as they think they are. They get sucked into this echo chamber of social media, which even when before Trump bought Twitter was accepted to be, well, not just an echo chamber, but the reflection of a minority of users who are a minority of the population. Not a minority within the population in terms of an identifiable minority and therefore needing support, but in terms of the number of users on with accounts, the number of active users is a small portion of the overall number, and within the percentage of active users, only a very small portion carry most of the weight of noise being generated. Right. So people misrepresent, therefore look at what's going on and go, well, that's carrying far more weight. It's misunderstanding reality. And the fact is, when you go to the polls, it's not the Twitter users that determine your policy, it's all the electors, all the electorate. And they're not listening to that. No, they listen to the mainstream media. So yeah, there's this whole thing here about they're painting it as, well, racist, as the idea that you're struggling to support unchecked migration. There was an article that talked about, oh no, we can't say it's because of reframing refugees as asylum seekers. It's like, wait. When the boats were coming in with people on board, they were asylum seekers. They were people who were seeking asylum in Australia as protection, under protection as a refugee. But they weren't refugees at that point because the IOM, well, the IOM knew about them, but Australia had not been able to process their claims for refugee status and therefore had no ability to declare in advance that the people on these boats were bona fide refugees. As it turned out, quite a few weren't. And that they were going to displace capacity from the existing refugee allocation from people who'd already been deemed refugees in refugee camps scattered across the world. And so it's unfair to all those other people. And then people later on, it's like, oh no, you're being mean to these people in the boats. Well, they're being disrespectful to everybody else who's already a designated refugee that we now can't bring in. And it's like, oh, you're mean. You've said they're racist because you said they're asylum seekers. Well, at that point in time, they are asylum seekers. They are until such time that their claims can be processed. That's the hard truth. It's not being racist. Still going to process them and see what their claims are. You're not going to just throw them back. Well, some people talk about turning back the boats, kind of. kind of was that. But yeah, it's uh, at least they're willing to admit that the mainstream parties are being unpopular and are facing pushback by the um, populace. But now they're saying that, well, the rise of Donald Trump was because of the media. It's like, where were you from 2015 onwards? Have you not paid any attention to, well, you're part of the media. You know this to be a lie. It's like they're willfully ignoring what, yeah, deep breath. It's just, oh, I really don't know how people can continue to make unfounded claims like this and not have any form of, not consequence, because that would imply some sort of physical outcome, which it shouldn't be, but, it, well, consequence for their own actions, of pushback on their rhetoric, of either facing their own. Obviously, the last couple of weeks has very much influenced how societal interaction goes. But it's just one of these things that it's, how do you deal with it? It's like blaming the media for Donald Trump. The only media, roughly mainstream media, that even remotely supported Trump in the lead up to his first term was Fox. And that was because he was the Republican candidate at the time. But since then, Fox has turned their back on him as well to a reasonable extent. There's still shows on there that support him and people there that support him. But the amount of hateful rhetoric that came down from every other mainstream media source and then parroted by media around the world, and they're like, oh no, it's the media's fault that Trump got in. I think somebody needs to go for a cognitive impairment check. I no, no, it's uh, this idea that we're going to refuse an Aussie demagogue, I don't see that. We've had very strong characters come through as prime ministers or political leaders over time. Uh, we've had people like Howard and Keating and Hawke. They've all been very strong characters that, well, coalesced the nation around them. Tall poppy syndrome. Well, Keating is probably the one that survived that. Houston didn't survive it. I mean, even at the state level, Dan Andrews more recently. Um, Bob Carr was a pretty good example out of New South Wales, where you've got, oh, I mean, Sydney Lord Mayor, Lord Clover, Clover Moore, who's hung on forever. You do have these characters in Australian politics that stand out. Now, whether or not we'll get to a point that you'll have such a strong mouthpiece. I mean, Albanese at the moment is one such thing. He's, yeah, I find this, well, people complaining about Pauline Hanson coming into politics. Oh no, it's scary. A populist tremor. See, here we go. People on the left complaining about the fact that there are populist ideals, that populism is bad, that the will of the masses is the wrong thing. And they say they're not authoritarian. It's, yeah, insane. Insane. Definitely don't want to read the comments on that one. Is that the article I just clicked on? Yes, that is the one I just looked at. Okay, but that said, it's then followed up by another one. The dangerous logic behind the killing of Charlie Kirk. Okay, well, what's this article about? Is this about saying online rhetoric is bad? No, no. How do you open with a statement like that? How do we open with that? Yes, people have claimed for the last several years that the rhetoric after Trump got elected or before Trump got elected, it's like, yeah, he's a polarizing character, but what has happened? People have been able to go there and spout horrible hate and not see the consequence. And it's, ah, it's, well, this guy says quite clearly that he's opposed to Charlie Kirk on pretty much everything. Yeah, there's a clear justification. This guy needs to have people provide him alternative viewpoints at the same level. Yeah, okay, there was that degree of some engravings where, okay, this singles out, yep, the Helldivers 2 reference, but completely ignores the Bella Ciao, I think that's the one, the very, very clear anti-fascist statements, regalia, paraphernalia associated with everything. No, 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 no. We're going to pretend that we don't know what's going on, because to otherwise admit it would be to recognise the weaknesses in our own arguments, would be to recognise that maybe someone carried out violence on our behalf because of what we've said. It's no, no, no. This guy has not had enough people tell him no in his life. It's and this misrepresents what happened then either. It wasn't a case of compiling lists of enemies. It's compiling a list of people who reacted with joy to his passing, who reacted as if it was morally right that he was assassinated. They weren't compiling a list of enemies. It was to basically show the people that these people worked for that there was hatred, political hatred, and violent rhetoric amongst these organisations and people. That it was basically demonstrating the fact that the broader society is not as hateful and rhetoric filled as these people online are. That, well, maybe reporting them to their workplace is like, okay, fine, workplaces, yeah, no, that's completely okay. That's allowed under the under the First Amendment. You don't have to do business with us, and we don't have to do business with you. Carry on with your life. No, none of that happened. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. And it was, as I said previously, it was a pushback on this idea that you had people who were rejecting the COVID lockdowns and everything that were being targeted and criticised with the same viewpoints of, oh, right, well, you don't have to be fired, you don't have to work if you don't want to get your jab. Okay, well, you don't have to work if you want to be gleefully reveling in the assassination of somebody you disagreed with politically. There's not even a dignity in death for them. It again, it's a generation of people. It's a lot of people coming through who have seemingly forgotten how to behave in society. That there are certain societal laws that exist for a reason. But no, no, no. When do the good guys maintain blacklist? That's the point. You've never been the good guys. Oh, no. That sounds like you could have a bit of awareness and waking up to the reality of things. Nope, 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 nope. Nah, nah, And that was, I think, one of the things that came out of October the 7th, 2023, is that people who were protesting suddenly found themselves in a dichotomy. Who do I protest more for? Do I protest for the guys that flew across the border on paragliders and killed people who had nothing, well, define how you say nothing to do with things, and kill people where they stood, or do I support the people who were then killed? Well, it's clear which side they came down on, the one that's more Marxist. But it's just, it was interesting for about a week because you had people pushing, and the organisations that often pushed protesters and pushed supported protests and things like that were found to have financing that advocated one side more than the other, and people disagreed with that, and there was a bit of a kerfuffle in the realm of the professional protest class. So it's no, no, no. This guy, okay, uncomfortable conversations. I don't think he even thinks it's. He's showing no idea. Regularly rapid views that will challenge, champion it. No, it doesn't champ. He champions his own viewpoints. Doesn't inform. Doesn't challenge. It's just no. The guy is delusional and deranged. Again, angering up the blood. All right, a couple more things. We're going to forget about the climate risk assessment, which is we talk about authoritarian, more government control. They published a recent thing here in Australia about, oh no, our avocados are going away. They've done various temperature rise forecasts, not just the scientists, but there were politicians and focus groups involved, which means that it's now going to be bad science. And quite clearly, it is a vehicle by which to secure more money from the public and push it into things that special interests. No, wrong way to go about it. Sorry. Sorry to say, but yeah, we'll come back to, well, I'm sure we'll cover that at some point. I don't think that's going to go on. That'd be uh, disappearing again. All right. So yeah, now there's the occasional article talking about the actual outcomes from people who had the rhetoric of, look, yep, fair enough. Now it's the organisation's fairly saying, what's a nice Gulf stream in the background? That okay. The type of speech you have online can be drawn back to your organisation, to who you work for, and a lot of people sort of forget how easy it is to link that. They're not using proper anonymity. I mean, they feel emboldened because no one's called them to account for it before. And now that people are being called to account for celebrating assassination, for engaging in abhorrent behaviour, and it really shouldn't matter what side of the spectrum or where you are on the spectrum, now that we've talked about changing the spectrum, it's, yeah, it's like finally being called to account for the things you've said, and it's world ending. Again, we go back to, like I said, the people who fought back against the COVID lockdowns and overreaches that took place were slandered. I mean, at the time, I thought that going through the COVID experience, and I know I'm not the only person who've said this or thought this, but beforehand, you had the whole, how could Nazism have been allowed to rise like it did in Germany? Where were the common people that said no? I would never allow that to happen if I lived there. All this sort of thing. Okay. And it was like, all right, well, let's hope we never have to test that. Along comes COVID. And it is amazing how quick people were to don the jackboot of authority, of authoritarianism. And the idea that people are sheep, I still don't like that construct, but there were certainly lots of people who went along with it because authority told them to, or because the authority that they believed in told them to. And a lot of these people were the ones that said I would never allow Nazism to arise, or I would never have done this. And it's like, well, stop lacing up your boots for half a second. Get them off the neck of somebody who is standing up against this very, very authoritarian action that's about to happen, or is happening, and question, is there a better way of doing it? And it's like, well, there was that rush to comply. People obviously want to be part of the tribe. People want to be part of the society, want to be part of the community. But that doesn't mean rushing to. I mean, the amount of propaganda that led to it. It's like I'm sure at some point it's going to be a classic. There'll be lots of papers and books written about how the population was led or not led into accepting things that should never have happened. And people say, well, it would never have happened in the 21st century. The difference is you're not wearing a Hugo Boss uniform, but you're running with abhorrent authoritarianism quite willingly. And then they targeted people who stood against it, who spoke against it. And so, yeah, and then everyone kind of forgot about it and pretended that they were never that horrid. Yeah, there is pushback, quite reasonable and expected pushback. And they're talking as well about, more about political violence. Okay, who's this Muppet? They are no byline, but again, painting the rhetoric, pushing statements, and it's like, okay, so they push as a counter example the Minnesota Democrats who were killed, ignoring the fact that it was somebody who claimed to have been appointed by Tim Walz and be associated with him, and the fact that the Democrats targeted had aligned themselves with Minnesota Republicans on a recent bill in opposition to their own party. So, taking that context, it looks more like an assassination targeted. It looked like a targeted killing because they left left the reservation because they went against the party. But to accept that narrative breaks down, or to accept the facts breaks down the narrative of, oh, it's a right wing this, even though there was next to no evidence to imply that the person was a right wing assassin. Yep. This was, I think, possibly a Democrat. I think it was to do with, it's a pro-Palestinian protester, I believe. I'd have to double check that one. Yep, Donald Trump once being hit, and the second time they caught the guy. Then obviously there was so two leftists. The guy, Luigi, leftist, although hatred of the US health insurance system is universal, but mainly leftist. This one, Nancy Pelosi's husband, that's a weird one. There was a lot of misdirection and misinformation still out there. It it still seems like a bit of a stretch to imply that there was a political aspect to it. And well, the reporting still seems to imply that there was he was the target, not her. So this was an FBI sting, completely set up. That insane leftist. That I honestly don't know that one. I mean, I know the instance. I don't know the shooter in that particular case. Okay, they've tried to tie January 6th in, conveniently ignoring all the other occupations of Congress, the House of Congress, or the building, by political protest before and after. I mean, within 2 weeks before and after, there are photos of people doing a sit-in in the office of the Speaker, and the Speaker standing there celebrating them because she supported their ideology. So, yeah, I think it's people. Again, it goes back to what I said. Why these public figures now are like a bit of a chilling effect, because somebody engaged in the most moderate of approaches was targeted and killed. And compared to the rhetoric they push, now being a US politician has always been a bit of a dangerous occupation. It's just, yeah, but I mean, they're just focusing on government. Yeah, the Kennedys, Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, Harvey Milk, um, the judges that were killed on their doorsteps and their families recently, based on that was only like a year or so back. There was another couple as well and that's ignoring all the school shooting and other mass killings in the US. Well, Reagan was shot. The Pope was shot. It's just like the motivating factors back then seemed to be, well, while people might have had shared intent or shared the ideology, it seems that the ability to share those ideologies and intent in safe spaces, in echo chambers, is far easier nowadays. And as a result, somebody who is able to or willing to take the next step and turn violence in political speech into political violence is in a much easier situation now. Oh, so the other thing, Weather Underground, Digital Underground. Digital Underground is a rap group. Weather Underground, they bombed the US Senate, and Bill Clinton pardoned one of them as part of his outgoing things. And then she got involved with BLM. So there's a direct link to political violence and the BLM movement. But people look past that and look the other way because that didn't agree with the narrative that was being sold at the time. Yeah, we should have. Well, we're getting distracted here. So it's just insane. You are shaming him. You are victim blaming. I mean, this is a very ironic statement that came out of Charlie Kirk about the fact that if you're going to support the Second Amendment, that you do have to accept that there is going to be a degree of gun-related deaths that will accompany it, sadly. And the fact that he died to gun violence himself, yeah, okay. He also said a lot of other things. I mean, we could put up other quotes and say that they were just as definable. But yeah, it's yeah. And then there was another. Yep, there was a shooting at the high school in Colorado, etc. But it's interesting to see though that in this they've missed the violent case that captured the internet's attention, or at least certain commentators' attention, which was the death of the Ukrainian refugee Arinya uh, violently at the hands of an assailant in Charlottesville for completely, seemingly completely out of the blue. And the horrid example given of the bystander effect and how long it took before somebody actually provided aid. She was pretty much cold on the floor at that point. And so it's one thing to pretend and look one way and say, oh, it's all the violence is coming from this direction, it's this type of violence, and ignoring it just ugh. Both sides are at fault. Both sides are at fault. Both sides are at fault. Um, well, oh yeah, Trump answered too soon. No, it was pretty well understood. I mean, you'd have to draw an awfully long bow to explain in the immediate aftermath why you'd suspect a conservative to have shot Charlie Kirk, other than the fact you're in Utah, a fairly relatively conservative state. No, no, no. And yeah. Oh, now here we are towards the end of the article. It's like, oh, well, maybe some bad things got said. Oh, bad us. That's the whole reason for the reaction that's there, for crying out loud. Oh, you've spent the rest of the article, oh, it's both sides are at fault. Both sides say bad things. But only one side shot someone because of it. And then immediately danced on the grave that hadn't even been dug. And you don't understand why there's pushback. You don't understand why there is a feeling from others that you are not behaving in a manner fit for society. It just. Now, that guy's a bit of a scary person, but yeah. I'd said before, he's the scary person standing behind Trump. When people say Trump's going to be a dictator and everything else, Stephen Miller is the guy that they should be afraid of. Now, he's not going to stand he's not going to take over from Trump or anything like that, but he's got Trump's ear. And when people say, oh, the big scary things that Trump wants to do, it's this sort of guy. All right. Only a couple more things. Yeah, okay, last one on this. This is, and we just finished having an article saying, oh, both sides at fault. Oh, some people did it, but not many. A mental health advocate saying it's not wrong to laugh about Charlie Kirk becoming a human water fountain. Okay, well, quite clearly they've seen what took place or had enough people tell them what took place. The fact they're a mental health advocate, okay, it's just, how does it get to the point that this is seen as acceptable, irrespective of whether you think you agree with the person who did it or who was assassinated? There is a certain degree of human decency, dignity in death. It Again, people who've never received pushback, been told no, or listened to people who said no, never received pushback on their ideas before, or had to answer to the consequences of what they've said or done. or even seen consequences for what they've said or done. And it's like, I don't know how this is morally justified unless you lack morals altogether. How you would fit into a society, how you fit into a community, what community forms around people who hold these sort of views. It, it, it is something I mean, I try and see how other people come to their opinions. Well, the only way I can see them coming to their opinion is by being completely illogical, I guess. Completely, it's the antithesis of caring. It's just, ah, it is. It is wrong. It is unethical. And it is unkind to laugh at the misfortunes of others, whether or not you think they're terrible people or not. And that he did not, again, this whole him inciting violence, you go and look at and this is the problem, people take snippets and ignore the context. And this goes back to one of the things I said previously about when Trump was, about the media handling Trump and taking extracts of snippets of out of context. So when he was feeding the koi fish with Shinzo Abe, and the media lambasted him for tipping the remaining food into the koi pond. It's like, oh, Trump overfeeding the fish and damaging the fish. Well, the broader context and the missing context, which is not even 30 seconds prior, was Shinzo Abe doing the exact same thing and showing Trump, basically, Trump followed Shinzo's actions all the way through. So he followed the actions of his host. But no, nope, nope. It was Trump being abusive to animals. Okay? The people who then say Charlie Kirk incited violence are people who either very heavily misinterpret his words, take his position on things as being, again, taking it out of the context of what he said. So, for example, when Charlie Kirk said that he personally did not agree with um, people being gay, did not mean that he did not support them. He did not um, hate the sin, so love the sinner, hate the sin. It's the embodiment of that. He didn't want to see people eradicated. He didn't want to see the population gotten rid of. He was very much vocally against abortion. And he tried to get people he was debating with to come to their own conclusions on things. But he wasn't going to walk over there and stop you from, like, physically stop you from doing things. He wasn't going to physically beat you if you were gay. It's this idea that he incited violence is a complete misrepresentation of everything he ever said. Now, yeah, okay, he has said things that people might can possibly interpret that way, but it's a very poor reading of the situation. If you're going to see that in those sort of statements, I fear for your life in modern society because you're going to see microaggressions around every corner. You can't survive on your own in modern society because somebody saying hello to you is an aggression. No, no. People like that need to go and get their mental faculties tested. Um, well, it is. You just said right up here, it is not wrong or unethical or unkind to laugh at the misfortunes of terrible people. And then said, oh, it's got nothing to do with that. It has. You just said that. Like 2 sentences before. Well, in the article. Now, Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. Yes, very good book. Um, uh, I prefer it. Well, it, written by a written about. Well, it's recommended to people who suffer from PTSD, and it's written by an Austrian, I believe he was Austrian, I might have got this wrong, Austrian psychiatrist who spent at least part of the Second World War in a camp and walked out of it at the end of the war and went back to practice in Vienna, I think. Well, back into private practice. And he talked about in the book what it was that allowed people to survive in the camps and about like what it was that got people to survive. Now, Viktor Frankl's story is really interesting. It's given what we've been told about how bad the camps were. How does one walk out of that and immediately go back to private medical practice? Surely he was suffering from massive traumas and everything else. Or there were camps where the experience wasn't that bad. But that then starts leading down the path that leads to people being Holocaust deniers. But the point being, Viktor Frankl wrote the book Man's Search for Meaning, and it's a good book. And it's one of the better books that is recommended for people suffering from PTSD. And the discussion of what allowed people to survive in the camps and what didn't is completely valid. I mean, that is completely true, what happened. I just find it very odd that he was able to walk out and immediately go back to practice. When he didn't necessarily seem to be the person to have, I mean, he obviously had robust mental defenses and mental toolboxes to deal with the stresses and traumas and stuff. But yeah, there's a question to be raised there of how did that happen? But anyway, it is. But I think that's probably the wrong takeaway to take from the book. And then, after being criticised for her viewpoints, allowed to continue. If you're upset about the situation, you could have done something to stop this happening. Yeah, well, people are. People are trying to get you to stop your rhetoric. They're trying to do something to stop it happening again because they've said that the call to violence came from a call to violence, from speech, from people ignoring the humanity of each other. But no, blaming the victim. What was it up here? Not victim blaming? No, that was the other article. No, blaming the victim. It's his fault. It's his fault. He shouldn't have debated with people. He shouldn't have had ideas that are opposite of mine or of different political slant to mine. It wouldn't have happened if he didn't abuse people. If this person thinks talking to people is abuse, again, I feel for them in modern society. I don't know how they're going to survive without considering everything to be an aggression. And it's no, you're like his children are not in a worse position. His views about children were not good. Yep, and they've shown the moment of his death. Great, that didn't need to be in there. Lived experience workforce training project and a mental health advocate on NDIS information support. Oh, my camera has camera's given up. I am still here. Okay, well that's given up the ghost. Let's turn off the VTuber for the last little bit then. Again, there's just another reason why I find Victoria to be a strange state. Yeah. And then she's condemned people for contacting a former employer. Bullying and harassment are criminal offences. So what is it you've just said and talked about? Disliking someone's jokes or opinions does not entitle you to harass them or the organisations connected to them. Well, I'm sorry, lady, you're disliking someone's opinions that you don't deserve a job. That's not debate, it's not accountability. No, you are being targeted, not targeted. People are seeking your accountability because of what you've said. And then you've tried to repeat what should be the place and then ignored it. It's like, why? No, you are not holding yourself to a higher standard. And uh, ethics, psychoanalysis, and a decolonial thought can reshape our approaches to care, justice, and human dignity. You've already told me you're radically left already. I don't need to know more. Oh, boy. It's... Why? Why did they even have to put this in an article? Why? All right, let's finish up with something a little bit more, well, not lighthearted. Yeah, dementia, sad thing. I mean, they're saying it's the leading cause of death amongst the elderly now, but yeah, it's finding where things go wrong. The early stages of dementia are very scary. I mean, the late stages are scary too, but watching someone fall apart or go into it and realizing the difficulties that go with it, it's just, yeah, you're trying to manage symptoms. There's no cure. You're watching someone turn into a shell. And so sometimes along the way, that person that you're watching becomes something that um, they weren't. Well, they weren't while you were around. And so it, yeah, it's very sad to see it happen to anyone. And I guess it's good to get a public awareness of it. I guess people seeing it happen publicly, it can show just how terrible it is to be living with it, and that, yeah, I mean, people can be very reluctant to go and get testing, especially if they're heading that way. Yep, okay. Again, they're pushing for why the UK should correct Trump or bring Trump into understanding that, like, believing the UK. No, Keir Starmer's made a mess of it, an absolute mess of it. He embarrassed himself in the Oval Office in front of Trump by saying that UK had free speech and immediately being shown otherwise. I don't think King Charles has the gravitas that is going to carry anything with Trump. Now, Prince William was king, there might be something different, but Charles is his public life when he was Prince of Wales has established that he has a certain outlook on life that I don't think Trump is very, not necessarily supportive of, cares very much for. So, other than the fact the king is the king, I don't think Trump really cares what he thinks. And yeah, so yeah, I mean, a state visit, not a problem, but I don't think that um, Starmer's on the grounds that he thinks he is with the US coming. I really don't think that that's the case. Yeah. Anyway, one last political thing. Oh no, the anti-immigration protests are racist and terrible and bad. And what do you mean most people don't like him? Up, up, up. There we go. So in a poll they ran, asked how the government's handling immigration. Most people don't agree with it. So just on a plurality is what they call it, like just under 50% considered it too high, and only a quarter considered it about right, and basically non-entity said it was too low. It's the majority saying that they don't think the government's handling migration in a managed way, and yeah, it's basically telling that the narrative that was sent about the marches might actually be the broader population's understanding of the situation, and that it's actually the politicians and the media talking heads that have got it wrong because they're not in touch with what the population has expected. And again, there's that silly Charlottesville rhetoric again, and so I think Jacinta Price, whilst she continues to take heat from the Indian community over what she said, I always thought, but a lot more people supported her than the politicians tried to say, and that then also means that the immigrant communities are probably going to be very, very surprised when they find out that they're not as well liked as they want to be. So yeah, this is that's quite a quite a hit for the government, and quite a vindication for the people in the um, various rallies over the last few weeks. And we'll finish today on some lighter news. Guy that disappeared after into the bush 9 days ago. I don't think he vanished exactly 9 days ago. He was going to go backcountry. Oh, that looks like cold water. Oh, cold. Oh, no, that's floodwaters. That's not, but still, that's cold. Okay. So he went hiking in the backcountry in the snowy mountains. So yep, cold, snowy, etc. And last heard from 2 days in when he left Guthaga. Now, if you've seen the Australian snowfields, the snowy mountains, you kind of get a feel for where these locations are, and then realise that it's not the time of year to go missing up there. But then again, there's that other guy that went missing over the summer that was found like 14 days later because he walked in the wrong direction and didn't sit down like he was supposed to. So, yeah, good that his disappearance was reported so quickly and that they then started looking for him, and land, air, and air search and everything else. And he was eventually located safely near one of the high country huts, which is good. Now, he clearly had enough gear with him because he didn't require medical treatment, so clearly enough food, water, supplies, was able to stay relatively safe. But the fact no one could get hold of him suggested that either he had no EPIRB, or he didn't think he was in trouble, or his mobile went flat, etc. And so no one was able to get in touch. So, I mean, pretty generic statements at the end, but wonderful, wonderful news that he was able to be rescued after 9 days in the high country. Sounded like he was looking after himself mostly, but I don't know that he necessarily considered himself lost. Particularly if he hadn't said anything to anyone after he left. So 9-day trek, leaving on the 14th. He's only a couple of days overdue, but he obviously failed to make a waypoint or failed to communicate effectively where he was, so they went looking for him. And yeah, the reason I bring it up, wonderfully good news, particularly for search and rescue, land-based search and rescue, which all too often does not have positive outcomes and good news to come out of it. So the fact he was found alive in remote difficult terrain, is very, very good. And I'm sure he's feeling very embarrassed that this all took place. But yeah, kudos to the guys carrying out the search and rescue. Again, I mean, they would have done the same thing even if the guy couldn't be found or if he had passed away. But kudos to them for having a successful outcome. I know that's pure chance, okay, not pure chance. They try and mitigate risk and chance as much as possible. Good that the plans worked out, that their searches worked out. So, yeah, congratulations to them. No, not implying people aren't doing their searches properly otherwise, but yes, it's reassuring to get positive outcomes from time to time. So, yeah, congrats to everyone involved. And, yeah, good to see an overland search and rescue completed very, very successfully. All right, that's me for the day. Again, my VTuber disappeared, so we'll just close things out, get ourselves set up for, well, the next thing will actually be, we're going to be looking at streaming. Our next stream is probably going to be tomorrow night, actually. We would have otherwise been streaming tomorrow daytime, but just chatting again tomorrow, but I'm busy tomorrow and Thursday. So next stream is tomorrow night. We're going to go through, continue our Pillars of Eternity playthrough. So we're looking at another good session there. And then Friday, just chatting again. Big thank you to everyone coming out today. Regulars, first timers, chatters, lurkers. You're all extremely valuable to the channel. Thank you for being here, no matter what service you're on. If you want to keep up with what's going on and the plans, keep an eye on the socials, mainly Twitter and Insta. Messages go out on both of those before each stream, indicating what, where, when, and the Discord will eventually pick up the messages from Twitter and Insta, as well as punching a message out when the stream goes live. So yeah, certainly a place to hang out. There's giveaways that go off over there every week as well. But other than that, for me, it's well, it's not a good night. It's a very good afternoon now. So it's a very good day for me. To all of you. I hope you all have a good rest of your day, evening for those in the rest of the world, day for those near me, and we'll see you all again next time.